Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in this very first session of the Euraxess conference. It's going to be a session which is dedicated specifically to those of you who are new to the network, and its aim will be to share with you some important information that can help you then get the most, not only out of Euraxess, but also of this conference. And I will have some speakers who will help me to do this today, so I'd like to invite them on the stage. And today with us will be Birgitta Karlen from Euraxess Sweden, Milan Zdravkovic from Euraxess Serbia, and Victoria Bodnarova, or if I may, Wiki from Euraxess Worldwide. And I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Janka Kotulova, and I represent here Euraxess Slovakia, but mostly, or the reason why I'm here today with my colleagues is that I'm part of the group which is supposed to support the integration of newcomers. Some colleagues are also here with me today. You can then approach them as well. And I'm really happy that we have this opportunity to be here today together. So, before we move to the session, I would just like to tell you what are we going to talk about today. Of course, the Euraxess is a very broad topic, and we would need much more time than just 50 minutes to guide you through all the important topics. So we just decided to focus on some that we see that might be quite confusing for those who are new to the network. And we will mostly speak about network as such, how does it work, what you can get out of it. We will talk about the portal, which is the very strong tool that Euraxess has. Again, we will not go through all the hidden corners of the portal, because that's a large amount of content. But we will focus on some interesting tools and developments to keep an eye on. And finally, as the Euraxess conference is quite a unique opportunity to also meet our colleagues from Euraxess Worldwide. There are not many like this, actually. So that's why we are happy to also introduce you more the Euraxess Worldwide and how actually the people from the national networks or from the Euraxess Europe can collaborate with Euraxess Worldwide. We will today use also, I would like to see the presentation, maybe. Great, back. So before we start, which is interesting, I would like to ask you to go to Slido. And I have few questions for you before we start talking. So I don't know if you are familiar with the Slido tool. Just take your smartphones, go to slide.do, or you can just simply scan the code. And there will be three questions. I will ask 3 questions. And the aim of these questions will be to see how diverse is the group which is here today. So maybe let's start with the very first question and say hello to everybody in your language, please. Let's see how many languages are there, how many countries are represented. It seems hello and hello. So far the most represented languages. But you can see that there are many others. Really, Euraxess network is very diverse at this moment. 43 countries, not only in Europe anymore, we already have a Euraxess country also outside Europe. Okay, so hello to everybody. There is a code to enter. It's a hashtag Euraxess Conference 2022. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, So let's move to the next question. Euraxess is diverse not only when it comes to the diversity of nationalities and cultures. It's diverse in the sense of the type of organizations involved. You probably already know that like two basic categories of organization in the Euraxess are national coordinators or bridge organizations, and then service centers. Then some of them, or some of Euraxess centers are located at the universities, other maybe at some public institutions dealing with support of research. So let's see what we have in here. And it seems that there are many Euraxess members who do not fit to any of those categories, which is also interesting. So a huge, yeah. And what type of organization is it? Worldwide. Okay. Well, of course, worldwide does not fit into the categories that I included. But as we see, really, when you will talk throughout the conference to your colleagues, you will explore that really we have very different backgrounds, but that's an advantage of the Euraxess network, that we have different backgrounds and diverse perspectives. Okay, and the last question. And this one will be a bit more challenging, because when you think about Euraxess, about what Euraxess does, what it is, basically, what will be the 3 words you would use to describe it? And you do not have to overthink this, just what comes to your mind at first, and you share it with us. What is Euraxess in 3 words? I mean, also when it comes to activities and to the scope of the activities, it's very broad, but how you see it. What does Euraxess mean for you? Well, support is a very central word. Network, mobility. Now I see that I need the glasses. Well, a lot of very diverse topic again, which is surprising a little bit is that the careers are not so central. Because, I mean, Euraxess over the last few years has broadened its scope very much from supporting mobile researchers to supporting all researchers, supporting in their career development in academia and beyond, being it careers in industry, public sector, or entrepreneurial career paths. So we see we are a very diverse group of people, but we are all part of one network. That will be the topic that we will focus on in the next few minutes. As a Euraxess, we use the benefits of networks on different levels. You are all part of national networks, but you can also benefit from being part of European network. At the same time, you can contribute, you can share within both national and Euraxess networks. But what is becoming more and more prominent, we also need to network and reach out outside of Euraxess. And all of this will be shortly presented in the presentation of Birgitta, who will present this on the case of Sweden. Because again, when we talk about national networks, each of them is slightly different. So you will see the example of how the networking is done in one of the network. And I then invite you during the conference, talk to your colleagues, ask them, and share how it's done in yours or their networks. So Birgitta, the floor is yours. Please tell us a little bit about the network and networking.
Thank you very much. So I'm Birgitta Karlén. I work at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and I'm also coordinating the Swedish network. And as Janka said, we will give you an example of how the network works. So, right. So one of the most important things is to have a list of all participants in the national network, of course. And in Sweden, we have 16 Euraxess centers, but we have just as many institutions who are not yet a Euraxess center. So we have an open network, and we welcome everyone who is working with recruiting and welcoming international talents at higher education institutions. So this contact list then, it's used for sending out invitations, information, but it's also used by the network members to get in contact with each other. For instance, where they have a tricky question that they cannot solve on their own, they send out this question through the network list. And there is always someone in the network who can answer this, or they start a discussion. So we also arrange meetings and seminars. During the pandemic, we started to have digital meetings, and we realized that more members can join when we have a digital meeting, actually. So now we have planned to have short information meetings online on 1 or 2 issues, and then we have network meetings on site in order to get the members to meet each other, which we also think is very important. So we have discussions on mobility and career issues, how we best can make the process smooth for recruiting and welcoming internationals. We have presentations from working groups. And what are then the working groups? Well, they concentrate on one issue that is very important and tricky, for instance, migration issues. It can be related to social security. Then some network members forms a working group, and they work between the network meetings, and then they present what they have reached, what results they have. At the network meetings, we also let those members who have been on a study visit to present. And it's also important meeting European colleagues in study visits. And then they present what they have gained from that meeting and share this with the network members. So the informative meetings with authorities, for instance, the migration agency, it could be both digital and on-site, depending on what questions we want to discuss and what results we want. We also have best practice seminars. We ask in the network if anyone would like to share something successful. So we have, for instance, had best practice meetings on how to work with digital solutions, such as connecting with researchers through Instagram, digital newsletters. We have had best practice on career support. So we invite the members to share their good practice. And cooperation within the network is the last point on this national network slide. So what's that? Well, if you feel that you cannot do everything that you want on your own, contact the others and start a cooperation. We did this during the pandemic. We started a joint series of digital seminars for the target group, spouses and partners. But then we realized that the researchers also wanted to attend. So we have some examples here. It was seminars about publishing your profile on LinkedIn, seminar about family law, and intercultural communication, etc. So if you cannot do everything on your own, start a cooperation. Being part of the network also means you are part of the European network, which we think is very important. So we encourage our national members to participate in study visits and also host study visits. So you can see on top to the right, we have one of our hosts, the Linköping University, hosted a group study visit. And to the bottom, we have the Welcome Center at Erlangen-Nürnberg, where we sent out several national network members. And they present what they gain from the study visits when they meet on national network meetings. We also encourage our members to participate in the expert groups. And at the moment, there are expert groups on migration issues and social security. So it's important to talk over the borders in Europe, what is going on in the countries regarding this. And we also ask them to sign up as trainers. And you can all sign up as trainers, on the extranet. If you feel that you have a competence that you can share with others, you just sign up as an expert. Just a quote here as well from the University of Umeå, who went to Zurich on a study visit. Within our university, the experiences from the visit to Zurich have already begun to influence our work. So it's so rewarding meeting others in the European network. My last slide is about collaboration with external partners. In Gothenburg, which is the second biggest city of Sweden, they, like all other cities, I think, want to be attractive to talent. So they started something called Move to Gothenburg. It's a collaboration between the universities, the private sector, and the public sector. And they work for attracting and retaining international talent. And together, we identify existing obstacles to international mobility. And together, we are strong when we approach the authorities with these problems. Instead of being one university coming one week and the other the next week, and so on. Within this initiative, Move to Gothenburg, they also started something called International House. It's a meeting place for international talents, and they have something called Open Desk. They offer activities, services, and guidance, and they are all in one place. They would like to be a meeting place for the internationals in Gothenburg. And our university is part of the developing committee. So perhaps in your region, in your city, there are partners whom you could collaborate with in a broader perspective. So that's all, really.
Thank you very much, Birgitta. I will just also use this opportunity to mention that as for the study visits, the new round of virtual study visits tours will be open in April, and you can find more information in the meantime on the marketplace of this conference. At this point, you will not find information about the specific study visits because this is still a bit open, but please keep an eye on study visits part of the Euraxess portal. There is a special tab for this in the extranet. And also, if you think that the center or the organization you work at would be a good host of study visit, then you are also welcome to become hosts. Just the last comment concerning this, the study visits or virtual online tours will focus on career development, both on talent management within academia and supporting careers beyond academia. So that would be it for the network. Let's focus on the powerful tool we have in Portal, but we have one Slido question before I let Milan introduce the Portal. So let's have a look at the next Slido question. I would be just curious, if you already had an opportunity to explore the portal, if you know the tools that are available there, either in extranet section or at the portal as such. So if you didn't know that some of these tools exist, then share with us so we can see maybe, there's a question here? Birgitta? Yes, we will do it at the very end. There will be a space for question and answers, of course. But at this moment, yeah, I mean, then the next presentation will be very much to the point as well. So it seems that the tools that are related to scientific entrepreneurship are not that well known yet among you, and should be. And also, there are some people who do not know the online Newcomers guide. How this can happen in the Newcomers session? So hopefully, after today, just go to the extranet session, and in the tools part, there is an online guide for newcomers, a very brief one with very basic information. Maybe you will already more advanced and do not need that much, but in case you will help you, it's there. But okay, so Milan, if you can tell us a little bit more about the portal, and maybe tell us if there are some tools that we should keep an eye on, if you could.
Thank you, Anka. This poll is very nice introduction to the topic, you know, and in fact it's very well and valid argument on how complex the portal has become. The fact that many of you are, though newcomers, but definitely embedded in the regular and continuous activities of the service centers and BHO organizations, do not know of those very useful tools, speaks a lot. I mean, that's a kind of also compliment for the speed and the depth in which the portal grew in last couple of years especially. I mean, we all went digital in last couple of years due to the challenges we did not foresee, we did not want. But in fact, I could say that Euraxess online presence, Euraxess digital twin, I would say, met all the challenges and in fact was really comprehensive, detailed platform covering so much content which is directly related to what you do continuously in your offices. The fact is that, you know, at the time when I joined Euraxess, and that was quite a long time ago, I looked completely different. The portal was something else and it was disintegrated. There was a portal, there were national portals, each on its own with different designs. There was something, believe it or not, called BHO closed area. And of course, I don't know who remembers that. And there was, of course, an extranet. All those were not interoperable and the platforms were not integrated. And in time and in years, starting when Euraxess became a brand, inheriting Era More brand earlier, it became very modern platform, which is completely integrated. And we don't call it platform anymore. We don't call it portal anymore. We call it platform. And this platform consists of Euraxess portal, European one, and then national Euraxess portal, which are, as you know, integrated, and then Euraxess extranet, all in one place. So you can approach any of those national portal and end up searching for jobs. That wasn't possible, at least wasn't that easy earlier. You have lots of functionality covered for different target groups. You know, even if you are an anonymous user, you can take a look at this scientific entrepreneurship manual, which is a kind of new thing. With so many things, you can search for your Access Service Centers, you can find jobs, you can find funding, hosting, and other stuff. I'm sure that you know about it. I mean, if you want to promote the portal in your communities or around, stick to the jobs. This is something in which your Access portal is really the most competitive at the European and the global level, even. You know, with so many jobs published every day, this content is really valuable, and this is something that stands out, clearly stands out when you look at the Euraxess portal. If you register yourself, you will get with some new tools, you will be able to maintain user profile, researcher profile, you can publish it. Then you can also use in a full power the partnering tool, where you can start searching for members and for the organizations. Of course, you need to be registered for that. Once you register, you can become a researcher. Then you can become a representative for a research performing organization. And finally, you can become even portal administrator by, you know, qualifying yourself for managing your national portal and letting know European Commission that you want to take up to this role. As a researcher, you will be able to maintain research profile. As a RD organization, you will be able also to join HRS for our process. You need a special role for that. I will not go into details. And then, as a portal admin, you will be able to manage this national portal content. Extranet is something that grew at a especially rapid rate recently, because everything we did and everything we create, at least great most of it in scope of Top 4 project, for which I'm sure you heard of, ended up there, whether it's in the form of formal deliverable in library or in some content kit or some tool for searching or this e-training tool and many other things. Of course, as an extranet user, you can maintain your profile, you can send emails, you can access any kind of different kinds of reports, and of course use all the tools that are published there in the past. And you will see lots of progress there also in the near future, because we are currently working on one project called Euraxess Hubs, which aims to deliver something called digital toolkits for creating, for helping Euraxess service centers and beachhead organizations setting up their own infrastructures for doing some specific things. We will talk about this a little bit later. But before that, I would like also to share with you something which is coming very soon. This is a kind of, let's say, scientific entrepreneurship manual on steroids, covering a lot more content related to startups, scientific startup careers for researchers, with a lot of material covering basic things from key concepts of the startup and startup ecosystems to 4 specific dimensions in which we wanted to look into the scientific entrepreneurships. And those are the training, innovation support in academia, collaboration with external stakeholders, and one horizontal one being diversity and inclusion in scientific entrepreneurship. For each of those dimensions, you will be able to find lots of best practices which you can maybe try to replicate in your organization. And lots of facts and figures bringing some very valid arguments for starting this initiative, which you can make up to your management. Besides that, we will already have some quite interesting material covering those new Euraxess concepts which were introduced recently. Some of them are the concepts of Euraxess Hub, for example, and then maybe setting up some case on how to get involved Euraxess service centers, but also external stakeholders into this networked activity. You will be able to find some information about the basic and advanced services portfolio, something we call model service framework, which makes it easier for you to define your mission statements when you want to create a hub, and then several types of assessment, one being readiness assessment and another maturity, if you already have the infrastructure for this support in place. Also, you will be able to access online database of research publication, online tools, and many more resources, some of them being quite interactive.
Yeah, okay, great. So start with the jobs, but then there is much more to explore, and there will be more. Thank you, Mil. Before I again give the floor to you, there is one more question in the Slido, because you mentioned Euraxess Hubs, but I don't know how many of you have already heard of Euraxess Hubs. And how many of you maybe are familiar with the concept? So let us know, and we will see if the explanation is needed. We will talk basically about one of the Euraxess projects, but maybe you've heard about others as well. There was a Top 4, Reflex, Pipers, Breach, and some others. If you are from BHOs, then your colleagues were most probably involved directly as partners in the project. If you are from service centers, then mostly you use the tools developed in those projects. And then one that is currently running, and which is also meant to help reshape the phase of Euraxess a little bit, is Euraxess Hubs. So, and we see that quite a few people haven't heard about it even. Yeah. So maybe it's really important to explain a little bit what is it about. So Milan, if I may ask.
Yeah. It's quite reasonable that you don't know about it because it's a kind of pilot project. It would be nice to have a slide on screen. I'm pushing the button, but without any success.
Patience.
Yeah, okay, let's start until you bring up the slide. Remember this first slide or poll we had? It wasn't first actually with hellos, but with the topics, with the words on what Euraxess means to you. And Janka was surprised that career development was written in very small font, in fact. And I don't know, maybe you're a newcomer, but maybe your, let's say, more senior colleagues remember that once career development word was put on the table in European Commission and also in front of us. It was quite a confusion. And lots of people and lots of our colleagues felt uneasy about it, you know, because mobility support was a core service of Euraxess. It was a core strength of Euraxess. And now suddenly we are discussing about diversifying, about something new. Fortunately, in time, we did well. So there are quite many career development centers which became members of the Euraxess network in the meantime. But still, I mean, it was the process which was not so easy. So European Commission came up with an idea how to make it easier. And it's quite simple. From now on, we were going to be distinguishing between something called basic services and then advanced services. And in the wording of Era Talent Platform document, basic service is something that you do in-house. So with your own competencies, with your own resources. And advanced service is something that you do in collaboration with some external stakeholders. Meaning that if you want to set up a career development service, you can set it up as a part of your Euraxess office, not mobility welcome center. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but let's call it Euraxess office, which provides primarily mobility support services. But then you can have an external stakeholder, where this external stakeholder can also be a member of your organization or department or someone outside. So now maybe you are not anymore confused about us bringing up scientific startups, which is, let's say, more distant from the mobility support service. So what we plan to do is to involve a network of collaboration with the external stakeholders which can help us in bringing up scientific startups as a career development topic. And those stakeholders could be incubators, accelerators, TTOs, IP offices, and all of those organizations within our university or organization or outside who are dealing with those issues. We can set up short-term or long-term collaborations. They can be formal or informal. And we can have a basic training within the office. Why? Because we want to be able just to say, okay, you need, you ask the question, and I need to know to whom I should address to solve this problem you have, or to whom I should call, or with whom I should collaborate in setting up the response to your service. So the bottom line is that we don't have to be really trained to provide some new service. We need to get aware about the possible issues and need to know who can respond to those issues in our, let's say, ecosystem. So we're talking now about extending the range of services. We're talking about multidisciplinary teams. And in fact, we are talking about further collaborations, cross-border collaborations between those local networks. And when you put several of those local networks in context of one cross-border collaboration, you get something Euraxess hub. It's not maybe the most appropriate term, you know, because hub is in fact something else, but it was like that in the call and we inherited it. So basically Euraxess hub is cross-border collaboration of those local networks. And in the heart of those local networks are Euraxess service centers. But as you can see, there are a lot more concepts. You will hopefully learn about those in this conference, maybe in the session about the Era Talent Platform, but also in the future, because things will start to come out. Euraxess Hub's project. We are working very hard to get ready to share something with you, and this time is quite soon. There are several things, I could say to attract you to this concept, but it would be very difficult now because you found out about it now. I just want to list some of the arguments about why Euraxess Service Centers would like to join those networks or this cross-border collaboration. It's, let's say, one possible objective is methodological. It's just commitment to improve or diversify in services, or maybe to adopt new methodology in resolving some other problems you have and other issues you try to address in your office. Increased focus on academia-industry collaboration in case of our startup hub. Organize joint career events with the startup support organization. Increased outreach to funding and some other arguments. If you remove startup from this, you will get the list of arguments for hub aiming at any kind of service.
Okay, thank you very much, Milan.
Yeah.
I mean, Euraxess Hubs, it's something where I also sometimes need explanation, so thank you very much for this. You will have an opportunity to explore a lot about this topic throughout the whole conference. So you see that we will network a lot in the Euraxess, in our local communities or with cross-border partners, but Euraxess is reaching also outside of itself, of Europe, and this is what is done by Euraxess worldwide. So, and I would like to ask Vicky to tell us a little more about what they do and how you can connect to them, how we can collaborate. So Vicky, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Janka. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? You've been silent for the past half an hour, so I just wanted to hear a bit of your voices as well. We're starting the conference, and it's such a pleasure and an honor to be here, and not only to representing that amazing network that is up there, and I will introduce them shortly, but also the fact that we can be here together after almost 3 years, because the last Biennial conference of Euraxess was in May 2019. So we are reaching almost 3 years that we haven't been able to be together as a family, because we are a family. At least that's how I feel it. So I will tell you a little bit about Euraxess worldwide in about the next 7-8 minutes, because it is part of Euraxess. It has always been, although the name used to be a little bit different. We started as Era Link, then we were called Euraxess Links, and now we are called Euraxess Worldwide. So it has changed across and along the years, but at the end of the day, the concept is very much the same as before. I don't have any Slido questions, I'm sorry. So there's this explanation of what Euraxess Worldwide is, which you can, of course, read easily anytime, even later after the presentation. But really what I wanted to talk about is that we are a small network outside of Europe, and our main goal and objective is to promote the attractiveness of the European research area. What do we mean by attractiveness? We mean by that promoting jobs and funding opportunities, both funded by the European Commission and by the national, regional, international sources. So we promote your funding, your fellowships, your financial opportunities that you offer to researchers around the world. We do so many things that I would have to be here for a couple of hours if I wanted to tell you everything, but I will try to just give you a little bit of a nutshell. So that's what we mean by attractiveness. Attract researchers, both European or local researchers, to either come back to Europe or to be connected with Europe. So we have, as you know, a lot of European researchers outside of Europe that are not planning to come back, but they still feel that they want to be connected one way or another to the European research area, either to their own countries or Europe in general. And we are there to help them do that, either through providing them information about different funding that is available, providing them with different career development tools, different webinars, information sessions, and topics of their interest, so they can always feel connected and never lose that bridge between the era and the country that is or has adopted them, either for a short or for a long term. We have a team of 18 people across the world, and we are present in 9 hubs. We also call them hubs. But they are either, countries or regions, so that's why I think the appropriate name would be hub. So as you can see, we are based, we cover North America, the US and Canada, then South America, or we call it Latin America and the Caribbean. We opened a new office in Africa as of this year. We have an office in India, in China, in South Korea, in ASEAN, Southeast Asia, and in Japan. And yes, we are a lot smaller than you are. So as I said, it's only 18 of us. Australia and New Zealand. I'm sorry, Nishant. I love you. It's too small. I couldn't. No, it's not. It's not an excuse. But if you want to turn around and you want to raise your hands, my Euraxess Worldwide people, so you can see all of them back there. So it's a handful, but a big hand and a big heart. So that's where we are. I am here representing 2 hats. I am one of the 2 regional coordinators of Latin America and the Caribbean. I am based in Colombia. But my other hat is the Euraxess Worldwide Outreach Liaison, and that's quite a new role that has come out only 2 years ago. And one of my main responsibilities is basically bridge the 2 arms of Euraxess, the Euraxess Worldwide and the Euraxess Europe or European network. And we have been doing that a lot through the top projects. So we have done country profiles, we have contributed with interviews to the Euraxess For Me newsletter, we have done webinars with your expertise, we have done a lot of different things, both on social media and on the website or on the different newsletters, and we would like to continue working with you so the 2 arms are even stronger and they communicate better. So if you need us, we are there, and if we need you, you are there as well. Just a couple of numbers so you have an idea how big we are, and we have grown so much in the past 2 years. We have, in the membership of all of our hubs around the world, we have over 93,600 members, and they are both researchers and stakeholders. We also are very present on social media. As you can see, we have a large follower group. The number of views of our national pages is also quite large, and the visits, as you can see, have increased as well. I have 2 more slides to show you. I wanted to tell you how we do this and what we can do for you. They changed my slides a bit, so, but yeah, the way we do that, all this information that we provide, so we do that either through publications, we have flash notes, monthly flash notes. As I said, we have all our websites, we are on social media, on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, but we also do physical, virtual, and hybrid events, especially when it comes to information sessions and different workshops. And of course, one of the most important things is what we can do for you, right? We can promote your national research landscape, your funding opportunities, promote your networks, your universities. We can connect our researchers with your research labs, so we can do also some matchmaking. And of course, we also work, as I mentioned, with the European researchers abroad. Oh, okay. So we do a lot of different things, and I'm here to really give you that plant, that little seed, that you know that we exist, that we are there, we are real people, and we promote your funding opportunities, the European research area as such, and we try to make it even more attractive by the different tools that I just showed you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for introducing us Euraxess worldwide. I will just maybe ask if we have time for questions, if I can ask the production, or not anymore.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, we still have. So there was a question for Birgitta. If there are some other questions, you are free to ask. The question for Birgitta is not John. Okay. So don't worry about that. The conference only starts, and this is the invitation. If you have any question, you can contact us just after this session or after the opening session. We will be there, as well as other experienced colleagues. So please approach us, ask us, explore, share. And the very last question for you. How do you say in your national language, enjoy the conference? Because this is the last thing that we would like to tell you today. So how do you say, enjoy the conference?
Janka, there is one question on the screen.
It seems like it's like
You can
for the public.
Huh?
move to the very last question, if I may ask the production. How do you say, enjoy the conference in your language? Okay, for the French speakers. Would somebody else like to shout it out as well in different languages?
Užijte si konferenciu.
Užijte si konferenciu. Yes, we are both Slovak. Okay, so if there is no slider question working, then thank you very much for your attention in this newcomer session. This we will manage to get into the 50 minutes. There is much more you can need to learn, but I think this conference is a great opportunity. So enjoy it, and we will meet during the conference and have opportunity to speak. So thank you very much, and thank you to the speakers as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can maybe
Test, test, test. Yes. Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. De Nantes, la France. I was never in Nantes, but I lived in many other places in France. I'm a French citizen. My name is Chris Burns, and I'm going to be with you for these next 3 days for this Euraxess 2022. Welcome to all of you. Nothing like a beginning with you tech-oriented people, and I'm breaking down already. This is terrible, isn't it? But anyway, welcome to all of you, and welcome to all of those who are also connected, because that's also very important. We want to get all of you, as many of you, involved in the discussions over the next 3 days. This is all about, and I'm so glad that I went to the Newcomers session that came before this. Now, most of you think, oh yeah, I've been there, done that, I know all about this. But to me, it was amazing. It was fascinating to see what Euraxess is all about. It is part of that European research area, and it is connecting tens of thousands of researchers like you around Europe and across the world, also with tens of thousands of jobs a year, plus data, plus support, plus funding. It's a no-brainer. You got to be part of it if you're going to be a scientist. And I have skin in this game, everybody, because I have 2 European teenagers, and one of them is interested in bioengineering. He's right now at the University of Brussels on an open doors session to see if that's what he's going to start. But anyway, I'm very excited to be part of this. It's very important. And what we want to do is talk about the achievements, but also how can we make it even better in this digital age, because Euraxess turns 18 in May. It's an adult with all its problems and with all its good things, right? So we want to talk about both, and we want to talk about people who were displaced. It's going to be a very emotional session, just tout à l'heure, in just a few moments, right? So anyway, I'm going too long, but plenaries, workshops, panels over these next 3 days we want to get you involved in. And let me give you a few, can we go to the tech tips now, team? To talk about, I guess hopefully you're connected on the Wi-Fi, right? And keep your phones off, of course, duh. To the remote audience, you can ask your questions via Slido. You also, if you're a bit bashful, you can. But we have a roving mic around here that we can pass to you if you want to ask a question as well. We hope to get you involved in flesh and blood, en chair et en os. And you connect with Slido. There you go. Right, with that hashtag. It's rather lengthy, but it's worth it. Euraxess Conference 2022, and it happens to be also the hashtag to tweet with. And I invite everybody, if you hear a good line in this conference, to tweet like a beast, all right? Please send it out because we want everybody to know about this. Anybody who is scientifically inclined should know about Euraxess. All right, I'm going to shut up. I would like to invite the Director of DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission, because the European Commission et la présidence française de l'Union européenne this 6 months of the year, who are sponsoring this event. So we first want to go to Anna Panagopoulou, who is Director of DG Research. Anna, you are there. Hello. Yasu.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm here.
I leave the floor to you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Dear Vice President of Nantes Metropole, dear President of Nantes University, dear President of Euraxess France, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to open this event dedicated on Euraxess and organized under the auspices of the French presidency. A warm welcome to all participants, both physically present and those of you following online. This shows the commitment of the Euraxess network. I would like first to start by thanking the French presidency for being engaged so strongly in this event, excellent organization, Mr. André Sobczak, Vice President of Nantes Métropole, for hosting us in this beautiful and dynamic city. Merci pour votre hospitalité. Mrs. Karine Bernoud, President of Nantes Université, with whom I have the honor to co-open the event, and Mr. Carl Bonnefous, President of Euraxess France and Délégué Permanent of French in universities in Brussels. I would like to pay tribute, first of all, to the difficult times Europe is going through with the crisis in Ukraine. As you know, the European Commission and member states are working on all fronts to support Ukraine with assistance, humanitarian aid, and civil protection. This also affects researchers who are fleeing for their lives and who need support to be able to continue the work. In this context, I'm very proud to announce the launch of the European Researchers for Ukraine platform, the Era for Ukraine platform, which is a one-stop shop for information and support services to researchers and innovators of Ukraine. It provides innovation at member states and associated countries level by providing links to the 43 national portals on Ukraine, at EU level, as well as the level of other initiatives such as the Latvian Science for Ukraine. ERA for Ukraine aims to help researchers of Ukraine find housing and job opportunities, facilitate the recognition of their diplomas, and offer other services. It is well deserved that the ERA for Ukraine platform is launched on the existing Euraxess network. This shows again how this network can mobilize itself to support researchers in need, as it happened during the conflict in Syria when you launched the Science for Refugees. I'm also very glad to announce that the European page, the Europa page for ERA for Ukraine, is available both in English and Ukrainian. I count on you to make sure that by the end of the month, also the national portals in Ukraine will also be translated in Ukrainian. We also need to work together to communicate on all channels so that the initiative gets to be known by those in need. From a political perspective, the priority of Euraxess in the years to come is the full transition towards the ERA talent platform. This was reflected in the Council conclusions adopted in May 2021. They welcome the expansion of the Euraxess network services and portals to a talent management platform. The Council conclusion calls on the Commission and Member States to jointly design and jointly develop the next phase of Euraxess for the benefit of European researchers. This platform will address the services, the network, and the network of portals. We need to work towards a marketplace where researchers and employees can meet and thus increase opportunities for our talents. The work you have already started on this will not only improve the quality of the services offered, but will also engage the Euraxess network further with the society and further develop positive attitudes to science. But let's look a little bit at the Euraxess conference of this year. The theme of this year's Biennial Euraxess conference is the well-being of researchers, and in particular their mental health. In the current context of the COVID-19 pandemics and the recent Russian aggression in Ukraine, the theme is very well chosen. We often speak about research and innovation in general, but it is crucial to remember that behind excellent results, there are excellent people, our researchers. And these researchers need to have the right environment and conditions for their mental health. Well-being and mental health within academia is a theme of the strategic importance for the European research area and is the main focus of the remote cost action. We need to understand how institutional context, organizational structure and culture, and managerial practices impact our researchers' well-being and health. These insights are fundamental to developing tailored, effective, and efficient prevention and action programs. I would like to finish by thanking everyone who has involved so far for your dedication and for the hard work you have demonstrated in the past period. The future is very challenging and is very promising. I'm counting on you to come up during these 3 days with concrete actions which will be shaping the Euraxess of tomorrow and will contribute to our vision for the new European research area. Thank you very much.
Evcharisto. Evcharisto, Anna. I have a couple of questions. The first thing, what you mentioned about a Ukraine platform for the ERA, for the research area, is this news? Is this something that we should be tweeting? This sounds new to me.
Yes, please tweet about it.
Okay. Do it.
Do so. We have announced it yesterday. And what I would like to say now, we have the template, the platform is active, but we are waiting from the 43 access point in cooperation with the member states to populate it.
Okay,
So
good.
we
So
need
it's
to
getting started.
populate information.
Right. Okay, and then from this conference, over these 3 days, what, in your dream or vision, would you like to see come out of it? I think it's very important to have this sort of give and take and exchange over the things that work and the things that could work better, right?
Yes. So Euraxess is a success story. You said it's an adult, 18 years old, very well known, very much appreciated by the researchers. As I said now, our next step, our next challenge is to develop the ERA talent platform, the marketplace.
Yes.
So what I expect from this workshop and the conference in the next 3 days is to come with creative ideas during the workshops about how this ERA talent will be, effective, how it could make a difference and a step further in relation to what Euraxess has been in the past.
Okay, and then, sorry.
Yes.
Just one other question, I'm so sorry, because I think we have to move on here, is what 2 pieces of advice would you have for those of us attending during the conference to make the best of the conference for them?
So what advice? First, be very attentive which workshops you will choose so that you will be able to make the best out of it, and take notes with you so that you will provide us the feedback after the workshops. So looking forward to receive your feedback.
Once again, Evcharisto, Anna, thank you. We'll speak to you later in the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Anna, please. And now I would like to invite Karine Bernot, Présidente de Nantes Université. Please, Karine.
Yes.
So you have a bit of an opening statement and then maybe a bit of Q&A. But you know what? Last night I just got here, and it was the first time I've been in Nantes.
Yes.
And the buzz. The buzz of a student, a university town hit me right away, because I went to UC Berkeley, and you walk off the campus, and you're still on the campus. Right? It's still happening, right? A beautiful feeling I had last night.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear member of the European Commission, dear members of the Euraxess network, we have all been waiting for this conference for almost 2 years. So, on behalf of Nantes University, allow me to warmly welcome you in Nantes and to thank the organizer, to have chosen our city to hold the first Euraxess conference in France. I am, of course, very pleased to be here with you for the opening, but the shock created by the war that has been declared in Ukraine is, I think, in all our minds. I would like to condemn in the strongest possible terms this war and reaffirm by the same token Nantes University's support to Ukrainian students and academics, and more broadly for the entire Ukrainian people. As a member of the Euraxess network, Nantes University is committed to welcome and supporting international researchers through its services center, Chercheurs étrangers à Nantes. Accordingly, of course, we welcome the launch of for Ukraine platform by the European Commission, it will allow for the mobilization of all actors in order to welcome our Ukrainian colleagues to the best of our abilities. But let me introduce you to Nantes University. Nantes University is a higher education and research institution based on a unique model in France, bringing together a university hospital, CHU Nantes, a technological research center, IRT Jules Verne, a national research organization, INSERM, and major schools such as Centrale Nantes, Nantes Saint-Nazaire School of Fine Arts, Nantes School of Architecture as member institution. It has developed a global and original policy in favor of open science and open innovation, and as such, is a major stakeholder in the development of the European research era. We also worked hand in hand with the local authorities, including the region and municipality, to reinforce our local ecosystem so as to be able to rely on, whenever we travel abroad, through which we can integrate foreign researchers and innovators. So, in the name of Nantes University, let me tell you once again that I am very pleased to welcome your Congress in our city, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Karin, thank you very much. Why don't we do a little fireside chat before we move ahead? And what I'm curious about is you're talking about well-being.
Yes.
So what kind of well-being actions are taken by your university?
Well-being is, of course, very important for us, for students as for staff, of course. It's a global approach, of course, of well-being. We have a lot of examples, of course, and it's for us a continuously striving to enhance, of course, studying condition and life condition on our campuses, and we have different examples. Last year, first example, we have adopted an equality plan for men and women, for students and staff, in order to fight against sexual discrimination, violence also. Yeah. For example, outline for victims has been launched. Very good. That's one of the examples. Another example, very different, open badges. Open badges. Okay. Yes, yes. This consists in providing our students transversal skills, for example, entrepreneurship or creative writing. Mm-hmm. And it's recognized through these badges that are endorsed by local ecosystem also. Okay. And maybe if you want one last example linked to a COVID crisis, we have also a health service, of course, very important, that provides services to all students, ranging from vaccination, nutrition advice, for example, stress management also, and with a dedicated offer to students with handicap.
Did you step this up before, during, after COVID? COVID must have sensitized you to the need for more of
Exactly, it exists, of course, before, but it was much more important during the COVID crisis.
Right, we're going to hear more about that from a story from one of the Euraxess participants, how health is very important for them, to have that kind of...
And mental health also.
Yeah. And then Uniwell, how do you pronounce that? Uniwell.
Uniwell,
right.
Yes.
Tell us about that, how is your
European
involved in that?
European University for Wellbeing,
voilà.
Uniwell. Okay. Uniwell is an alliance of 7 universities in Europe that had been selected by the Commission through the European Universities Initiative. And we are part, of course, of this alliance.
So what does that mean? What does that do?
Well-being, again.
Well-being is like anything.
Yes, it's of course, it's very...
It can be ether for some people, so what does it mean to you?
Here again, I can give you some example, if you want, of our action that we have launched at, as well as locally and internationally level. For example, well-being of students on campuses. Concretely, the first week of students' well-being was organized on our campus last October during our Uniwell Festival, and students were sensitized, for example, to mental health issues. They participate to sophrology for example, classes, nutrition workshop, and many other activities. We have also a Uniwell Training Academy. It provides individual support training, especially for PhD, postdocs, and young researchers.
Okay.
For example, the first online training on science communication will take place in a few days, early April, and it's open to all PhD students.
To all those here at Nantes,
Yes.
stay tuned.
Yes.
Right? One other thing, too, is let's talk quickly then about Euraxess.
Yes.
And how Nantes University is connected with, because I understand you have a Association des chercheurs étrangers,
Yes.
Association of foreign researchers.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very important for us, of course. It was created in 2001 by university and Nantes Métropole to provide, of course, foreign researchers with all services they need to settle and live in Nantes for a short or long stay. Of course, it depends on the situation. It was the first entity to bring together almost all the higher education and research institutions on Nantes Métropole territory. So it's very important, and of course, it's a way for us to reinforce Nantes University internationalization strategy and to attract researchers.
Well, I think it's working. Karine
Yes.
Bernot, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Of Nantes University, thank you. Give a
Thank
big
you.
hand. So I would now like to invite André Sobchak, Vice President of Nantes Métropole. André, welcome. Applause for Mr. Sobchak. And I think you have a few things to say first.
Yeah, first of
Okay.
all, I'm very happy to welcome you here in Nantes. It's a pleasure for me to have researchers from different parts of Europe again here physically in Nantes. Nantes is the city that is very much committed to sustainable development. Just as the president from our university explained, sustainability is very at the heart of the strategy of the university, but also of the metropolitan area at large. Tomorrow we are meeting here with my colleagues from the Metropolitan Council, and we are defining our new strategy for economic development and employment. And it will be entirely focused on sustainable development and the sustainability development goals. And of course, well-being is part of it. Very concretely, it means that we are trying to support all the companies here in our city to transform their business models, to put ecological transition and social fairness at the heart of their strategy, and of course, well-being of their employees, of their customers, and of their partners. So it's a very coherent strategy that we implement. For example, we asked our economic development agency to change the kinds of companies they target to bring them here to our city. In the past, we asked them to bring as much companies as they could to come here to Nantes, or at least companies that would create a maximum of jobs here in Nantes. But in the future, we will ask them to bring in companies that are putting sustainability at the heart of their strategy, at their business model, to have this coherency. And of course, and again, tomorrow in the Metropolitan Council, we are talking also about how we can create even stronger links with higher education. Even if, from a formal point of view, higher education is not under the responsibilities of a metropolitan area, it's more the responsibility of the state and of the regions. Here in Nantes, we have always considered that we cannot be a vibrant city, a sustainable city, if we don't have a university and other higher education institutions that are also very active, very well known. And this is also why we have supported for many, many years our university. And we are very glad that it has been recognized very recently for its success and for its commitment to sustainability, and in particular to the idea to put health and the link between health and engineering at the heart of the strategy. And also, of course, we are very happy that we have this European university, Uniwell, It's a big success, and I know that it's a lot of work. Really a great thank you to the president and the whole team. It has been a work for many, many years, many people involved, but it's also an example that Nantes can offer a platform and a support to create something new that can make sense and give sense to all the different stakeholders.
So it's really a symbiosis between Nantes and the university and the tech companies that spring up around. I mean, I've seen that in a number of cities. I live in Belgium. I see the same thing in cities like that. So you need that, and they need you in the sense that as a base for that kind of operation, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. We think that Nantes is maybe a city that is not so well known in Europe.
No.
And
yet.
to get more known, we have to rely in particular on our university and higher education, because we have researchers from all over Europe and all over the world that come to Nantes. They discover the city, they discover what is particular about the city, and some of them may stay.
Yeah.
I'm a good example. I'm from Germany originally, and I did my university studies here before I went to Florence.
I was
and
wondering
I
the
came back.
Sobchak, because it's more of a Polish name,
Yeah.
but it's also German, right? So,
Yeah, so some maybe can come back later in their career. Some will maybe create a business here.
Yeah.
Some will become professors at the university or another institution. So yes, the symbiosis is very important for us.
So and because of the theme is well-being this time, I think it's very important to demonstrate, and you already have said to a certain extent, the importance of well-being in living in Nantes, living in a place like this that is quite livable. I mean, I've been here for about 18 hours, but that's been my impression, is that I think it's a very well-planned, renovated city, urban renewal, the transportation. I think you have a lot of green credentials as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Nantes has been, it's the only city, I think, in Europe that has been both green capital of the European Union and capital of innovation. So both go together here in Nantes. And you're right, we want to make our city always greener. And we have the opportunity that we have still a lot of space where we can transform the city and put more parks and gardens. We already have a lot, but we can do more, and also to bring the water more visible. And then we have also the aim of translating the idea of the 15-minute city.
That's it.
The fact that maybe we can avoid transport at the source by offering all our citizens, researchers, students, in a circle of 15 minutes by walking or by bike, all the different elements they need for their daily life. So sports activities, of course, shopping, cultural activities, meeting their friends and so on. And in this case, they can avoid using the cars, and it can be good from an ecological point of view, but also from an economic point of view, as the current situation shows.
So I should call you the Copenhagen of Southern Europe? When it comes to
or Copenhagen could be the Nantes of the North.
Ah, voilà, d'accord. Who came first? Right, exactly. Exactly. I think that does it. Vielen Dank. Dziękuję bardzo. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sobchak, big hand to Mr. Sobchak. Thank you very much. And to Nantes. Bravo Nantes. Bravo Nantes. I think we had a jingle here, but I guess we can skip that, right? What's important now, I guess we're going to call up our panel, the first panel, and let me call them up first. This is the Roundtable Researchers in Motion in a Post-COVID World. How are they dealing with that? How did they deal with it? How has it changed life forever? Can we call them up? I think we're ready. Please, let's give a jingle as they walk up. We're still in the huddle. I tell you what, I have to do a Slido exercise, so stay there. Ça va. Most of you know what Slido is all about, but let's do a couple of little exercises to make sure you're all connected. And that means all of you in the audience, but also although here en chair et en os, but also out there connected wherever you are in the world. Please have a look at slido.com, and you put in the hashtag and tell us where you're from. This is just the exercise. We got a lot of fins. Ah. So this is showing you a bit how global it is. You know, there are lots of hubs. I forgot 7 or 8 hubs of Euraxess around the world, from here to Asia. And there you are. Australia, where did I see that? Korea, Turkey, Faroe Islands, I envy. So, quite amazing. I think we have, wow, keep it going, keep it going. This is amazing. This is amazing. But no surprise when you're talking about tens of thousands of people who are researchers who are connected with this Euraxess, and this must be kind of a virtual homecoming reunion for all of you, because it's the first time in 3 years that we're doing this, right? Thanks to COVID. So it's great to be back together again. I mean, you always were, right? Connected. But with this, it's great to get together. It keeps going. Wow. Timisoara, Vietnam, Colombia, Montenegro, Brazil. Wow. Poland, US, Australia. It must be a great feeling to be connected like this. And as it's, let it roll a little bit more, a couple more. Something that comes to mind is about a 4-hour drive from here is a place called Les Dunes de Pilat. How many of you know Dunes de Pilat? Dunes de Pilat. Yeah, for those of you who live in Nantes, you probably do, right? Because it's 4 hours away. It is amazing. You have to go. You go to Bordeaux, and then you go west. And you go to Arcachon, and then near the Arcachon, I did a few summer vacations there. And you feel like you're on the top of the world. You're on the top of the world looking down on this big mountain of sand. And this is how I can kind of imagine how we're all getting together over these next 3 days on the Dunes de Pilat, looking at the world and talking about how Euraxess works on a global level. It's that feeling that I have here. Anyway, that was great. All right. Are you an on-site or remote? Okay. That's interesting too. And let's see how that evolves. Maybe tomorrow we check as well who's connected. What are you hoping? So this is the important question here is, what are you hoping to achieve during this conference? Can you put one word? It's just a one-word thing, I guess, right? Let's do a word cloud with that. Yes, networking. Which we saw already at lunch today. Lots of networking. And we'll have coffee breaks and lunch breaks and dinner breaks to do that. Meeting people, knowledge, new idea, network and learn, understand better, new relationships. A little promotion of Estonia there, that was good. Networking, bit of a typo, networking, good. That we exist globally, yes. That's amazing. When you're doing research, it's global. Got to get out of the silos, and that's what Euraxess in the European research area is about. Okay, let us now move on to the panel on researchers in motion in a post-COVID world. Come on up, y'all.
Yeah, be the first.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Hello, everyone. I'm going to introduce Marc-Élie Pau. Bonjour, Marc-Élie.
Hello, how are you doing?
Salut, nice to see you. And you are Euraxess Service Desk Officer at the Université de Bretagne Occidentale.
All right.
And I think that's all I need to say.
Well, yes.
For now.
For now.
Okay, tout à l'heure.
Surely.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, good afternoon, Euraxess. Nice to see you today. As Chris said, I'm working at the Euraxess Center in Brest, so it's a pleasure to be here, not too far from my hometown, about less than 300 kilometers. So the pleasure is to be here, but the bigger pleasure is to present you here with our panel. So shall I start with you, Liza? Liza Swerving. She's Dutch-born, and she specializes in museum and their curation. She works remotely for her home country, and at the same time, she is finishing a history master of art. And France, here in Nantes, is her first bout as an expatriate. So next, meet her life partner, Diego Ronchetti. He's born in Italy, and he teaches economics and economy in Nantes, and he has sampled the hospitality of several other countries in the course of his researches for more than 16 years, right. Germany, Switzerland, US, and the Netherlands, obviously. He and Liza had the doubtful privilege to arrive in Nantes in September 2020, smack in the rise of the second COVID wave. They might tell us about that. And our third guest here, Borzu Pohabdolayan. He comes from Iran, but not directly. He's already stayed and worked in Italy for 6 years.
Around 6 years, yes.
Yeah. And he has also tasted Germany and the UK for some time. He is a senior researcher in management engineering, and he doubles as a practitioner candidate in positive psychology and coaching psychology. He arrived in Nantes in
2019.
19. Yeah, okay. And of course here, you know already Chris Burns, our experienced journalist, who will be holding the thread for the whole conference. And he will hopefully channel in all the questions that you, the audience, and you, the audience, online, would have to present us with. Okay, so first you three. I would like to, would you care to lift a bit the veil about what it is you're actually doing? Because I might have mistaken myself, or, well, here's the opportunity to correct what I said. You want to start?
Yes. Hi. I'm Liza Swerving. I'm from the north of the Netherlands, from Groningen. At the moment, I study at the University of Groningen. I study remotely. I'm finishing my master's in history, like you said. Particularly, I study how history contributes to the sustainability of dictatorships, which is actually a quite good topic right now. It's quite current. And next to that, I'm working remotely for museums and other cultural institutions in the Netherlands. I take on projects. At the moment, I'm working as an art exhibitions curator. And I'm able to do that from home, actually, thanks to remote working opportunities that arose out of the COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
As you said, I'm Italian. My name is Diego Ronchetti, and after working in several other places that you mentioned, in New York, in the Netherlands, Switzerland, I joined Audencia Business School, the business school here in Nantes, just before the French lockdown, so perfect timing. And my expertise is finance and economics, and therefore I teach and I make research in these fields.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Borzu?
Okay, as said, I'm Borzu. I'm from Iran, and I left my country around 12 years ago. I went to Italy for getting my PhD in management engineering from Politecnico di Milano, and for exchange also I stayed for 6 months in Germany, University of Bremen, and then in October 2019 I came to Nantes as a postdoc researcher in the management engineering in Centre de Nantes. Actually, I worked in the area of the education and learning in manufacturing and business education, and on the other hand, I have done, as you said, some degree and some certificate in the area of the well-being and positive psychology. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Joel.
You're welcome.
Well, during these 3 days of conference, we'll discuss various subjects. Question ourselves, question our working methods, and question the services we offer to researchers. Okay, today here we are dealing with researchers in a post-COVID world. But why? Well, first, let's address the obvious elephant in the room. Yes, lines have moved since we convened this conference. Yes, an altogether more dangerous crisis has emerged with the war in Ukraine. But as we are slowly swimming out, it seems, from the COVID blackout, and before we let think for real the consequences of the conflict at our borders, we can take advantage of this lull in the course of the events. We can believe that the conclusions we will reach by the end of our 3 days meeting might well be lessons learned to be used for the extent of the growing crisis. And because research is consensual with networking, openness, communication, and easily crossable national boundaries, how is it that we are going to best understand the difficulties of the researchers, their needs, and thus to improve our services? How, amid all the turmoil, will we be able to advocate for well-being, the central theme of this conference? Well, a year ago, while still amid the brunt of the COVID crisis, was held another roundtable with administrative staff from Euraxess network. And we asked them questions about the impact of the health situation for them and their way of working. We received similar answers from most. Most of the centers were no longer able to physically welcome researchers. They were exchanging with researchers, mainly by email, sometimes by telephone, but very little with video conference systems. The requests were mainly on entry conditions and residence permits. Adapting to a home office environment with new digital tools has not been easy for all centers and has not always allowed them to take advantage of the situation to develop new services. But among those who did, it was above all a question of developing the communication of their center by creating pages on social networks and trying to recreate the link with their researchers, with virtual cafes, for example. But well, now it's time to hear the feedback from our researchers here on this period of their life with their experience and difficulties, but also to hear what suggestions, ideas they can provide with, and to help us develop new services, improve existing ones, well, be better. Okay, so first question, how has it been for you this period? Could you tell us a bit more about your mobility experience in the COVID crisis?
Well, we arrived, Diego and I, we arrived in Nantes in September 2020, so really in the midst of it all. Actually, we arrived 1 month before France went in lockdown. So we were quite lucky. It was quite an experience to begin with. We found through online, we found an apartment at the Maison de Chercheurs Étrangers, and we were very happy to be welcomed in Nantes by them. That has been a very, very nice experience for us. We moved in there, and due to the pandemic, we have lived there for 8 months in the end, I think.
Yes, more than it was planned, but actually Maison was pretty flexible and helped us also extending our contract there for other additional 2 months, because the housing market was particularly on the one side tight, on the other side it was extremely difficult to inspect new flats, schedule appointments. So we were in a we didn't know really how to move in order to find a place to stay after that, but we received the support and we could basically find a new place smoothly. And,
okay. Did you find it right away? I mean, the Maison des Chercheurs Étrangers?
Actually,
when you arrived, or
no, we started to look at places where to stay. I think like 3-4 months in advance.
Yeah, from the Netherlands, where we were living.
So we both exploit the channels of my of the business school that I enjoyed, Audencia. They suggest me there, and also Liza found some contacts to Facebook.
Yes.
So,
good old social media. Yes.
So basically, we gather all information through these channels. We knew that the French housing market is not completely foreign researcher friendly in some aspect, to be very fair, because actually there is a system of grantors, and if you're not French, you don't have any connection already with a French citizen or a French company. It's not the easiest thing to do, to find a place to stay, especially for a long period. We wanted to rent for 1 year or so.
Yeah.
But thanks to the support of my employer and the Maison des Chercheurs Étrangers, we could find this place relatively easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bozu, you were here before the poop hit the fan.
Yeah.
So, so you maybe had a solid base to begin with, but
actually, I arrived to Nantes just a few months before the pandemic, and I discovered the beauty of Nantes. It was a very live city. I liked it very much. But immediately some things changed, and for me as a researcher and someone who moved to the new place, that moving to the new place and immigration itself has some problem and some challenge. For example, you need to challenge with some language barriers in order to make your new connections and to understand the new job environment. And together with some things happen for the COVID, it becomes a new challenge. Some things very tough and complicated. But as it was said, that there are good supports in Nantes, fortunately, especially by the Maison des Chercheurs, that provided, I can call it some good positive interventions for us in order to make some things easier, facilitate to go through to this situation. But actually it was very tough, but in another point, it was a lot of learning on that. Hopefully I could pass it, that period. But when I look at it, I found it that the type of the collaboration between for me as a newcomer and, for example, the Maison des Chercheurs, some colleagues in the Central de Nantes that I work, all of them, it makes some things very collaborative and makes some synergies in order to move forward and pass this period.
Okay, so you had been in contact with the Euraxess Center here. Would you be able to identify maybe other actors, that could help you at the time?
If I want to say about exactly in the beginning of the pandemic, that everything was locked. Okay, it was the Maison des Chercheurs. There are, as I said, different possibilities. But actually, myself, I try to find some things as a personal activities in order to make some connection through, for example, network from Facebook. There are a lot of maybe not, but several groups that you can find from the foreigner in Nantes, even, for example, the researcher in Nantes, international people in Nantes, and I could make a big communication for myself. Fortunately and hopefully, I know a lot of people in Nantes, and most of them I knew during this period just by chatting and something like that. and it was very useful. Yeah.
Okay. And you, Eliza and Diego, other actors that could help you at this time, or at the time of your arrival, of course?
Immediately after upon our arrival. No, to be honest, I think that we received the support from the Maison for other side things. My employer was helpful, like suggesting French classes, French courses in order to start with studying the new language, which at least for me was completely new, entirely new. But a part of this side support, we had to basically organize everything ourselves.
Yeah, I also actually joined many Facebook groups that were of great help. Apart from Maison de Chercheurs, we had help from many other foreign researchers that had already moved to Nantes, or that had moved from Nantes already, but that had been there, who provided us with useful tips on where to go. So that was actually a very helpful resource as well, like fellow colleague researchers. Yeah, and apart from that, no, I have to say it was also sometimes a little bit difficult, I think, in this COVID period to determine your steps, to determine what was and what was not possible in terms of taking action, because even organizations did not always know what they could actually help you with at this point in time, because there was so much unsure, unclear.
One practical maybe suggestion that we face troubles in finding a family doctor because of the barrier of the language, and the fact that during COVID period, as all we know, all the family doctors were fully booked all the time. So at some point I got COVID and it was a little bit a struggle to find also a doctor that I could interact with. And of course, on the one side is my comment should be like a suggestion. On the other side, all of us have to discount the fact that the COVID period was an extreme outlier in history. So it would have been difficult to deal with that in every country, in every place. But if I could, propose something, maybe a concrete help in support with doctors, and especially when there are, in those cases, when there are barriers due to language, or also, like in our case, people that are not familiar with the new place.
Yeah, of course. When you're at home, when you're in your home country or the country that you have lived in for a while, you know how the system works. You're typically already enrolled, and you have a family doctor, and those things are just taken care of already. So then when you fall ill, you know where to go. And now, of course, when something happens like that, you have to figure out a lot of steps before you can actually access the help that you need. So we have become very aware of that, actually, how important it is to have a good healthcare system, which France has very much, and we have had a lot of help, actually, but we had to organize a lot of steps beforehand.
Yeah, not too much the health system, but the access to it.
The access to it, yeah.
Difficult for you. Was it the same for you, Bozo?
For the health system, yeah, I think this was complete that they said, but I would like to raise another point, because I'm originally from a country out of the Europe, and because I lived some years in Italy, in France I have a problem for my resident permit, but I knew a lot of students, especially PhD students, that at the period of the pandemic, their resident permit was expired, and it was a very, very pressure, because if your resident permit expired, it means that you are officially you cannot stay, you have to go out of it. I found a lot of support by the university and also by the prefecture of the Nantes, that they extended the period of the stay in the Nantes in order to the situation becomes better, and then again they register and apply for the new resident permit. And I found it very useful because as someone that who lived for some years in Europe, and I know it's a big challenge for the non-European persons to keep their resident permit. It was very useful and it was very helpful. Because all of us know that PhD, especially I'm saying about PhD student, PhD itself had its own difficulties. Even in the normal situation, you have a lot of struggle with your thesis, with the supervisors, with the language, but if added a lot of things to that, it would be very, very complicated. And in my experience in Nantes, it was good supports by the university, at least in the Centrale de Nantes that I work. Or maybe I heard about the others that there was very, very good support in this point for the students.
Okay, so not too many challenges related to the health issues?
No, for me, fortunately, I haven't had any problem in that case. For me, everything went well because, okay, normally you have to apply for the vital card and some things, but I heard some people had some delay to receive, for example, their document, and it may be a little bit pressure if something's happened at that period, if they can give some supports and services from the health system or not. But in my case, fortunately, I received it on time, just in February, just 1 month before the pandemic.
Okay, nice, nice. Because you didn't fall ill, right? Whereas you, Diego?
Yeah, in fact, just to complete the description of the story before, I stated I'm partially guilty for what happened because I didn't move in due time before getting sick. So I arrived here and okay, there was the lockdown, but I didn't immediately rush to find a doctor. Basically, I tried to find it when I got sick. So it took me some time, and I had to deal with the situation. But probably, probably if I would have moved earlier, maybe I would have found a doctor. So then I took it as a lesson for the future, also.
Okay, so if you guys had to find some additional services that the typical Euraxess center would render, which one would you think about first?
But maybe if I can continue what I just said, maybe some dedicated pool of doctors or specialists that are bilingual or at least speak English and that can maybe support or have some reserved slot in their agenda for newcomers, for new researchers. So then in order to avoid that a newcomer that is not really aware of all the details of the new system face a troublesome situation like mine. So.
Help you not to fall into the limbos of the health services, right?
And help with the language, of course, because I have to admit that I think that also played a role with us because neither of us speaks French well, so we had to find an English-speaking person, of course.
Yeah, wasn't easy, right?
No, so that's on us.
Yeah. Bozo, yourself, what would you think about which kind of service would you like a Euraxess center to?
During the pandemic, you mean?
Well, in normal time, if there is such things ahead.
I think the networking and collaboration in these universities and these cities is very strong, and it's very useful. I can say that you can make regarding your, I can say your taste, your favorite, find different things that psychologically can help you that to be calm and help you to become much more well-being, improve your well-being, and strengthening your positive emotion, discarding your negative emotion. I can say the networking.
Okay.
Maybe it would have been an idea, because now that it's possible again, we very much enjoy to do the social and cultural activities that are organized. So actually last Saturday I went on a trip to Chateaubriand, and those things are very nice and make you feel connected and included. So during the COVID or during situations like that, maybe in the future it would be nice to be able to shift some things online faster. I mean, it's not the same, but to have a certain sense of connection between people to foster that even when it's not possible to meet physically.
Mm-hmm. You, Liza, if we stray a bit away from the social things,
yeah.
You already are working on remotely.
Yes.
Both studying plus working. So has this COVID period changed your vision about the work?
Yes, it has actually, because I already started working remotely while in Netherlands, because the pandemic started when I was in Netherlands, and this COVID pandemic has really opened up for me more opportunities to work remotely, because much of the work that I do involves a computer and people, which can also be accessed through Skype, of course. So I noticed that many companies are more open to offer their employees the opportunity to work remotely. So yes, it has, which then of course makes it easier for me to work from another country, such as I am doing now, because I'm working for Dutch cultural institutions. I'm studying at a Dutch university, but I'm able to do all of it online, which quite frankly, prior to the pandemic, I would have not been able to do.
Yeah, okay. And for you, Diego, you work here in Nantes, and well, the world stopped. So how, well?
So basically, my colleagues and I have adapted to a new way of teaching, going online. So essentially, now we interact with our students often as we are interacting now with the people who are not in Nantes and are, and the same is for many conferences. Many conferences have to be ran online, streamed, and it's not really the same also, because one thing is to see just an explanation on a video, another thing is just to interact with the person and really feeling that the person is really on your same page, understanding. It can be a student, it can be a co-author for a research papers, but also it can be also a referent person for a grant that in the life of researchers are essential. So we are aware that after COVID, very likely we will continue on this trend. We have readapted, and I think we will continue with this type of activities.
Okay. So opportunity for you, adaptation for you, Bozu. What were your take on that?
I can say learning for me. I think one of the good consequences of this period was for me, it was learning that how make a hybrid between the home office and work at the real office, and how to work with some, as Diego said, for example, how to manage some courses online. There was a lot of challenge, difficulties, because of the lack of the physical interaction, but at the same time, there are much more opportunity also came out with these technologies by the Zoom and, for example, the Teams that I could find. So I still keep both. I think some days I work from home, sometimes I go to the office. And as I said, it brings something new in my mind, in my experience, in some skills and some learning in that point that it's not just useful for the work that I'm doing and also my lifestyle and a way of living and a way of manage my life in order to have promote the mental health and mental situations.
If I can jump in quickly because
Please.
we have questions that are multiplying.
Good. Good.
So it would be great if I could toss the questions to you and then you ferret them out to our three guests.
Of course, so just barge in.
That would be great. Okay. I want to get the, so sorry. We have the questions right there. Okay, I'll just read them out. How has the pandemic affected collaboration with research partners outside of ERA? Who would like to answer that?
Not me.
Anyone?
As I said, I think a lot of opportunity because of everything becomes online and virtual. So I'm currently working in the project funded by European Commission. We have 17 partners, and during this period, we have the chance, a lot of associated partner out of the project joined us because there were no physical meeting, all of them is online, so it brings a lot of new members into the project. So I think it provides some opportunities. It's my experience.
So we have questions online. We also have questions perhaps in the audience, so please raise your hand. We do have a roving mic if you have a question. These are very concrete issues. It was great to hear about the issues of healthcare, about housing, about networking and having events that can also ensure the well-being of people. So it was great to hear your inputs from all of you. And let's go to Liza.
Yeah, you have a direct question.
Oh.
Yeah, why don't you read that one?
Did I understand correctly that you work for an employer in the Netherlands? Was it difficult to sort out employer obligations, payroll, social security? Well, at the moment, I'm partially still based in the Netherlands, so I go back and forth. And I work on a freelance basis. So I guess nowadays you find many digital nomads, the number is increasing. So it's definitely a little bit more challenging to find out how everything works, but there are many resources also online if you're interested to work remotely actually as a freelancer.
Okay, good.
So it's not so difficult.
We have the screen here for you if your eyesight is sharp enough. Otherwise,
no way.
The camera crew is telling me we want to try to keep looking this way if we can. Anyway. So Ilse is asking, working remotely across borders, what problems do you come across? Social security, maybe? Who would like to take that?
Working across borders, of course, expose you to the possibility to end up in a hospital, as it happened to me, in a foreign countries, and not being aware of all the details in that countries, but
within Europe, of course, you are insured throughout Europe, at least.
In Europe, these problems are I would say, bearable and.
See, you are European citizens. Maybe Social Security, that's not too big of an issue.
Exactly.
But what about Brazil? Yeah. Maybe that's different.
Actually, I have the social security from France, so I'm covered as yes.
Okay.
But as far as I have the resident permit.
Okay.
Yes. So already I have, but no.
You're lucky, but others might not have that same advantage.
Yeah. I think because it's a big problem. Because if someone, for example, expired their resident permit, it means all of things will collapsed. Because so it was a big pressure for some, especially PhD students in this point.
So actually, maybe working remotely across borders, I think, at least in my personal experience, boils down to the problem of working remotely. So I have, I teach some students now in China, but I also teach to students here in France remotely. So the same issues that I face with the first pool of students is like the second. So the students on the other part of on the side of the screen are same students with the same struggles and the same thing. So.
Makeli, we have a question over here. Yeah, let's get a mic. In the meantime, Makeli, you being a desk officer at your university for Euraxess,
that's right.
I'm sure you probably know of similar cases, questions about social security, things like that.
Yes, it's always a recurrent question, of course, yes.
So what do you tell them?
Well, actually, when they come here, we have a wonderful form that we ask them to fill in, and there is not so many papers that are asked for, and the best is that okay, passport is just it's international, so right, this one is okay. The residence permit as well is the national country's language, so that's okay. And they ask as well for a birth certificate. And what is good is that if the birth certificate is in one of the languages of the EU, so it doesn't need to be translated, which saves a huge amount of time, worries, and not to speak about money.
Okay, language. But what about you know a European who doesn't speak the language in their country, like we just heard about healthcare? How do you deal with that?
Die alone.
Maybe that's something to add. Maybe that's an additional service.
Yes, absolutely. The problem of access to somebody speaking English at least is real, and in that case, well, they come to us, Euraxess centers.
Good. So let's put that on the Euraxess shopping list too. Please. If you could identify yourself first. We have Mike there. Is it working? Tap, tap.
Yes. Yeah, there we go.
Stereo.
My name is Willem van Horen. Like Liza, I'm Dutch. I'm from Eindhoven University of Technology. If I get the drift of where the questions about social security are heading towards, if I speak for my country, people working remotely, especially international colleagues working from their own home, the Dutch social security system, up to a certain extent, says, hey, you have to live actually in our country to build up social security. And they're being tolerated up till now, but it's definitely, it is getting beyond legal, especially now all the pandemic rules are easing again. And I think this is a sort of, it's a mobility obstacle, right? And this is something where an organization like Euraxess could definitely step in, talk with the local governments and say, hey guys, get European. I mean, smarten up, take a wider perspective.
That's a good point to raise. Very interesting. Yes, hear, hear. Hear, hear. Shall we go to the next question? Anonymous, how do you manage to combine the pension from employees in different countries? That's quite a concrete issue. I don't know.
If I can take this question.
I think we toss that over to Malkilia.
Right? I'm currently looking into that because my dad is keeping on saying, don't wait when you will be like 70 years old, you will not be so sharp anymore to start to recollect all the contribution for the pension system. Because I have a little bit in Germany, a little bit in Switzerland, in Netherlands, in whatever. So I do not know. I mean, I've asked at my l'Istituto Nazionale per la Previdenza Sociale, which is the Italian national system, Institute for Pension, and they told me that they will recollect for me when I will get retired. They will go through these different institutions and collect all the contribution that I accrued. But I don't know if I should really rely on that. So one of my good proposal for the next year is just to start to look backward and write down when all the contribution that I have in different states.
But you know what, as all the questions you can't really have an answer ready for. That's a good question, thank you. I lived in Norway for 17 years and I'm still trying to figure it out. So you just pointed out one of the areas we could be better. And it was in the EU scheme. How do you think it's going to be with, you've started your professional life in Iran? And how do you figure it will go when the time has come?
What exactly do you mean?
How do you plan to recollect a pension? Who will pay you in your old days?
It's very complicated. because yes, I have some background in Iran, then in Italy, then now in France, and yeah, I think it's just complicated.
You cross that bridge when you get to it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's good to think ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Next, I guess, regarding well-being, how did you manage the time when you work from home in order to not overwork? Who would like to? I mean, Eliza, I think you saw advantages in working from home.
Yes.
But was there not the temptation or the pressure to overwork?
Yes, actually it goes both ways. I guess you have to find a new work-life balance when you start working remotely, and I'm starting to get there, I have to say, because you're both tempted to work a little bit more, and on other days you're tempted to work a little bit less. And I see many advantages in the sense of I'm better able to focus from home than when I am in a full office, because I don't know if it's the practice in France, but in the offices that I was working in Netherlands, we have this, what they call office gardens, where they stuck in a lot of people, supposedly to make people more social and foster connections, but it was not very good for focusing, so I'm better able to do that from home. But on the other hand, you kind of miss the social aspect, of course. When I work from home, I'm better able to focus, and that's good for work efficiency, but I really have to, at the end of the day, tell myself, okay, this has been enough, I'm setting a boundary, tonight you're going to do something else, you're going to do something fun. So actually, what I'm doing now is that I have a task list for work, and I have also a task list with fun things to do that I also then oblige, actually, myself to do.
Okay.
To protect myself.
It's interesting, there's sort of like a flip side between the two of you. I think you, Diego, you like a little bit more of the hands-on, in the office connection.
Exactly, yeah, indeed. I think that if I can speak about my life, I have activities that make me feel that I'm starting the business day, and an activity first is going by bike. So I woke up, I like to go to the office by bike, and then I'm in the mindset that from that point on, I focus just on work. In the late afternoon, when I've finished everything, I take the bike, and then I'm disconnected from the business duties.
Yeah, that's right.
And you miss that, of course, when you only work from home. You miss that moment.
So I kept now this habit. Now if a person could identify probably an activity in the early morning, an activity in the late afternoon to put himself or herself borders, or could be useful.
Okay. Before I go to that next Diego question, regarding pensions, this website could be helpful. Findyourpension.eu. That's interesting.
Find your pension.
Do you have any questions out in the audience at this point? Oh, we have a few. Yes, please. Let's get the. Hold on 1 second. Let's get the mic to you.
Connected question.
Can you identify yourself first,
yes,
please?
I'm Şeyma Saymar. I'm from Turkey. I am working as an MSCA NCP and also Euraxess BHO.
Okay.
So my question is related with the other one. What about the kids? I don't know if you have kids, but working remotely with kids is a whole different story, because if you ask me, sometimes I just escaped from home during the pandemic. I had a warrant, and okay, I'm gonna go to my workplace because it was impossible.
We don't have kids, so we don't have that experience. But I can imagine that adds definitely some extra challenges that you can get away from if you can go to the office. Yes.
Right, you are lucky.
For us, it was more that we worked both from home in the beginning, so then we had to find both our own separate spaces, but that was kind of it.
Yeah, that's challenging too. Yeah, space sharing. I think there's another question out here further back. Yes.
Hello, yes, it's back to the pensions point.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, my name's Indy Sira, and I'm from London School of Economics, and I'm also the chair of a European pension scheme, Resaver. But the point that I want to make is, firstly, if you actually are somebody who's ending up going into findyourpensions.eu, you'd probably be surprised how little the money is when you've got little pots all over the place. And it is because that is one of the reasons, but also in order to encourage mobility, that the EU is trying to get organizations and ministers looking at a European-wide pension scheme, which is Resaver, which has been going for a couple of years, but it's exactly trying to address this very issue, so that the individuals who are on the panel, and I know because of my age, just how big a difference it makes if Resaver existed during the lifetimes of those that are 50, 60 now, rather than having to look at that point and being surprised by it. So I think there's a job to do for the sector, for higher education and for the European Economic Area, but there is a pension solution there being funded, and the likes of me are trying to promote it at events like this.
And I guess the Brexit factor can complicate lives like yours as well.
Not at all.
No.
Just to be clear, this is for those that are in the European Economic Area. So if you're an organization anywhere in the world and you have people working in that area, we have a solution for those people.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Any more on that, Marc-Elie? I think, yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Well, if we stray a bit away from pensions now, researchers, mobility. What is your take on mobility right now when the world shut down 2 years ago, when new frontiers are raising themselves now in the East? What do you think, Bozu? Do you want to start with that? Like a short idea.
I didn't get your question exactly.
Well, are you still happy to be here? Not in your home country. What is your take on mobility? Do you think if you had to do it again, you might rethink it, or?
Yes. As I said, for me, it's such a kind of the new experience, and inside is such a kind of the learning. It's included some challenges, but I'm happy that even if I come back, maybe I can experience it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Liza?
Well, for me, it was the first time living abroad. Unlike Diego, I hadn't moved out of the Netherlands yet, and it's been a tough learning curve. Let's say that. But I would do it again. Also, paradoxically, I've been more mobile than ever in this period. We've been traveling between Netherlands, Italy, and France. I've explored opportunities for remote working, and so it has had a positive impact. On the other hand, I would hesitate a little bit to move outside of Europe right now, I think, because we're also very aware of what can happen if borders close and you cannot access your family. Then Europe feels a little bit safer, actually.
Mm-hmm. The same for you?
Yeah, it's, the entire
Probably.
COVID, the entire COVID pandemic has been drama, tragedy, but I think that as soon as our places, our countries will open up, probably my life will be for what it can be, pretty similar to what was before. So I will travel. I'm not extremely afraid, not more than before. Probably I will be more aware of problems that can occur. For instance, when I was in the United States, I was there for a couple of years. I was in New York, and thinking that I would have never had the need to go to a hospital or to use of the medical service. I had a super basic health insurance, private. I wanted to pay at least as possible, but then luckily I didn't experience what I experienced here with the COVID. So, and I'm aware if my situation would have taken place in the United States, I would have been way worse. So I have taken my lesson that I have to put healthcare really first place.
Okay. Chris, before we will ask some questions about well-being, which is the topic here,
topic of the conference, yeah.
would you have other questions that we could address?
Yeah, we have a couple more. Let me check and see if in the audience we have any more questions. Don't be bashful. But let me also go to online as well. You're welcome to put in your questions via Slido. During the lockdown, my organization planned online meetups to connect, especially among newcomers, but it was not successful. What could we do then to make it successful? These online meetups. Anybody got any tips among you doing online meetups?
Not really. They have been of help to me, actually, but maybe it also matters with how many people you have them, because I've noticed that it's more difficult to know when to speak and when not to speak, because you don't have the same feeling of interaction.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I'm interacting with fellow students from the University of Groningen, and it helps me a lot, but we are in 5. So maybe that's better than a group of, let's say, 20.
I think it's good to keep it interactive in any case, right? To keep it.
Yes, and it's very interactive. It's
as
very.
opposed to presentations, death by
Yes.
PowerPoint kind of thing. Anybody have any tips here? And he said, "Wow, we do. They're multiplying." Yes, madame. You set your hair on fire to do that, or what?
Hi,
I
was the person who asked that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Well, we organize, we have lots of, because we copied, we came to Nantes 10 years ago, so thank you, Nantes, it's true, to learn from the social activities that they were organizing here for connecting researchers. So something that we are doing in the Basque Country, in the north of Spain, is to organize activities, sociocultural activities among researchers from different sectors, different organizations. So everybody can feel free to meet up. So all of them are used to that, and they are on site, physical activities. But during the lockdown, many people call me crying, and they felt very, very lonely, and apart from that, because many of them arrived just 1 week or 2 weeks before the lockdown. So we were thinking, we asked them, we sent them questionnaires saying, okay, what do you need, what do you want? Okay, we are going to start doing meetups at least 30 minutes to connect. We created WhatsApp groups, etc., and we even organized a World Cuisine League, so they could talk about that. People at the end told us that they were tired of connected online because it was like everybody. So that's why I feel sometimes bad, because you are saying, oh, because we need this, and then when you organize, oh no, we are not interested in that. So it was not a question of being 20 or 10, because they feel free to connect. I don't know if I'm explaining myself. So that's why I still, because the problems you have is the same problems in any part. That's my opinion, because I'm listening to you, and thanks.
So you're commiserating more than offering solutions.
So sometimes taking care is very important, especially managing emotions.
Yeah.
So I understand
what about
you're
people
saying.
like they have drinks online together? They're all clinking
because
glasses online.
at
tapas
the end,
online. Why not?
No. That's what I'm saying. That I organize a World Cuisine League.
Sure. There are different ways, right? We have one other question, comment. Yes, sir.
Hi, Willem again from Eindhoven. And under normal circumstances, my colleague and we organize a monthly welcome day for new colleagues, right? We couldn't do that, obviously. And we did a couple of things. We set up a social site, so an MS Team site with all kind of channels, trying to replicate the online date. So there was a channel, introduce yourself as a sort of alternative for the meetings that we do. There's all kind of information. We had a student of industrial design an online tour on the campus. Okay. It's still to be worked out a bit. What helped a lot is we went high up. Our executive board, normally one of our executive board members does a little speech on the welcome day. we replicate that with a monthly question and answer session in which our rector, our president, and our vice president, taking turns in couples, would tell a bit about the university, ask questions, and it became very lively. Gosh, you can actually ask a question to the rector and you get an answer, right?
Yeah,
which for some cultures is...
That's interactive, yeah.
Yeah, so, and that helped a lot. So the recommendation would be go as high up as you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Okay. Any comments on that before we go to another question?
Well,
I just...
Yeah.
There was one thing, of course, I mean, nothing can replace the offline activities. So at some point, I also, on the one hand, I was a bit feeling alone at some point being here in Nantes, but also fatigue of doing everything through my screen because yes, I guess it's very difficult to find a good equilibrium there. What helped for me was that at some point a person from the University of Groningen, we spoke one-on-one also, just somebody that asked me, okay, how are you doing? How do you feel? And that was really one-on-one. For me, that was actually quite important, not in group, but also that little personal touch.
Okay, we have less than 10 minutes left. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Bozo, you wanted to?
Yep.
I just want to say regarding my experience that I found that everything that we had in the real life before the pandemic, they tried to bring it in some way into the virtual way, but of course the only main restriction was the physical interaction. I participate a lot of, for example, the group coaching, group therapies, a group that we've watched the film with together and then we talk about that. And of course, the restriction of physical interaction, it was a big issue. But at least we could experience some positive points on the other hand. And it also continues because even the situation comes back normal for everyone. Sometimes it's the restriction regarding the people in different countries, in different regions, that they can keep it as a way to be connected to each other.
Right, yeah. Right. I think we have a couple more questions if we can get to them. To Diego, have you found any advantage in remote teaching compared to face-to-face teaching?
Well, on one side, remote teaching can serve a broader spectrum of students. So now I teach to a class in China, and otherwise the same Chinese student should have come to Nantes. So probably for many families, having their, it's better to stay where they are. So remote teaching has this additional good feature. Another one, maybe a student who is a little bit shy, doesn't want to expose himself too much, maybe in a remote teaching can just ask a question on the chat, or he or she doesn't feel the pressure to speak in public. Flipping the discussion, that's as the drawback that a student doesn't train to speak in public, which is not good, so students should train to do that. I mean, if we would weight everything, I'm definitely pro a face-to-face teaching.
Face-to-face, okay.
So we all extended our zone of comfort with working online, probably. But how does that connect with well-being? How is well-being possible with such a distorted way of relating to others? Is this something that one of you would like to address?
Well-being is, of course, a very broad concept, and working from home is more challenging because basically you're, I think, more in charge of your own well-being. You have to really limit your screen time, for instance, sometimes, and to make sure that you get out and move, and make sure that you actively connect to people by picking up the phone. So you have to do a lot yourself, actually. On the other hand, I also have more, speaking for myself, I have more free time on my hands and more the opportunity to plan my own time. So I can say, okay, now I go and have that chat, I go out and have that walk, or I take more time to make myself a healthy meal or whatever. So in that respect, there's this duality.
I think that, as she said, well-being is a very broad concept and definition, but if I wanted, in my experiences, bringing into this context, I can say that the pandemic learned me that something that I have control on that and something that out of my control needs to be distinguishable, because sometimes I was struggling to overcome with something that out of my control, but then I understood, okay, it's nothing, it's just frustrating, and just I try to focus on something that I can change it. So it helps me a lot to bring and improve my well-being, and it was a part of the learning experience that I had during the pandemic that I keep in my mind, always in my life, try to make a boundaries between something that I have control on that and something which is out of my control. Acceptance for something which is out of my control, and do my best in some things that I can make progress.
Mark-Eli, I think maybe a final question, because we
How much time do we have?
We have 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
But if we can get an answer from you, I think this is a good one for you, is are there secure freelance and remote work sites for researchers? Is there a compiled list of such opportunities on an EU site or within Euraxess centers?
Well, who could answer this question in the room?
I would be
Somebody
interested to know.
specialized in the portals. Did you find some through?
I've actually looked into that, and especially in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, it was out of the question. I could not work anywhere else from home, of course, but as soon as things started up, I found some places, but of course, often you have to rent a place. So in practice, I work from home a lot. And when we lived at Maison de Chercheurs Étrangers, I worked from the library there, which was a great opportunity, actually.
Okay.
But I would be very interested to finding good freelance spots to work.
Okay, so let's wrap this up, I think. For all of you, three, so think about future. So even if it's 3 words you wanted to frame your future, what would you put first?
Professor with a family.
The pressure's on.
Working professional with family, located within Europe. Not 3 words, but...
Thank you.
Well-being, well-being, well-being.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Diego Ronchetti. Thank you, Liza Swerving. Thank you, Bozu Abdollahian. And I would like as well to thank the invisible partners here at this table. So first is Mathilde Morgat, who prepared this round table, and of course Morgane Lefort, working here, who gathered all this fine panel. Thank you, everybody.
Big hand. Diego, panelists, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as they exit the stage, I tell you what the next, thank you very much.
And of course, Chris,
Yep.
thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
And as they exit the stage, I'd like to invite you to a coffee and tea break up until 16:45 CET, and after which there's going to be discussions on Euraxess support for displaced researchers. That's going to be quite a moving discussion, and details on ERA, the European Research Area Talent Platform. So stay with us. When you come back, we'll see you then. Thanks. Grazie. Thank you well. would like to begin. Yes, there it's on. Mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez prendre vos sièges aussitôt que possible, because we would like to get moving as soon as we can. It's a very important moment during this conference. Very important. And as you're taking your seats, maybe I'll give a little prelude preface well, welcome back to Euraxess 2022, to those of you here and online. And this next terribly brief session, talking about displaced researchers, is suddenly, shockingly topical now in the last month. And unfortunately, you make plans for conferences months ahead of time. But we don't mean to shortchange this issue. This is, en principe, a 15-minute discussion, but we're going to have more of it during this conference in the coming next 2 days. But it is about displaced researchers, and of course, because Ukraine shoved this to the forefront. And I, having covered a number of conflicts as a journalist, I have seen the tragedy of losing the brain power of a country. How can we save that brain power and build that brain power? And we're going to talk to somebody who fled Venezuela, and she is able to continue with her research in Europe. We want to talk about that as one case study example of this. So if I can invite Ani Castillo Ochoa, biochemical nutritionist, dietist from the University of Simón Bolívar, Venezuela, and Svetlana Dimitrova of Sofia University, Bulgaria, of Euraxess Bulgaria Network. Please give them both a big hand, please.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you all for coming. We're the two of us with Annie, and you will see first her story, and just then I will say a few words after her.
Okay, first of all, thanks everyone for to be here, for to listen my history. Okay, my name is Ani Castillo. I am Venezuelan. I am a nutritionist, and dietist, and biochemistry. In my country, I was working for 16 years in my field in nutrition clinical area and research in the diagnosis. Okay?
Come over on this side, if you,
okay.
Either at the pupitre or over here.
Okay, sorry.
So we have light for you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, my English is not very good, but I will be the best to tell my history. So here, very quickly, this is my country, our institute. In my countries, we have very long history in the region because we have 17 institutes, public institutes, university. By the same time, you can see our food, typical food. And here, my work, a foundation with people in the research and in the nutrition clinical area. Next. Okay, our crisis. Venezuela began the crisis in 2003, in the time, always time, everyday period, the wars. And we was out the country, 20% of the population, we are outside. We are talking about 7 million of persons. Next. I arrived at Italy, Rome, with the purpose for looking for fundings or support for our child, because every day we are losing children in the clinical. The date is by December 2017, we lost 1,000 children for the crazy hair. Next, I was working with the diaspora in Venezuela, and the first I was working for to be broken the barriers of the language. So I was in the school for 18 months for understand the Italian language. And in the same time, I was working at Venice. Next. Okay, looking for auction with Euraxess. I was working in the library, municipal library in the city, and I find the link of science refugees. I had the contact with Esvelana. I was working with her to understand how I can find, and this was fundamental because she have tell me in more clear way how I must to do. So I was working into the program for mentoring program nowadays, and at the same time the bridges program, and after with the orientation I start a linking with the university, Udine University, and the hospital with the rare disease group, and nowadays we are working into agreement with my university of Venezuela, Simón Bolívar. So, for finally, okay, I can say, oops, I can say, this experience is not easy first, but you need to take in your mind one question: how I can help? And after, you need to take with you 3 words for coordination: focus, propose, and trust. Trust in the people who are working for person that's me. Thus, every person in this situation of refuge is in the asylum, okay? So, thank you so much for your time, for listening to me, okay?
Would you like to ask her something? I want. Annie, what was the most helpful for you during your most difficult time? What helped you most?
Well, the most, when you go out of your country, you are live your zone of comfort. So the first time your brain is blocked, okay? Appears is easy, but not easy. The person can be blocked for a long time, but you need trust. This is the first force. This is spiritual or soul force, because you need broken yourself aspect that you are inside.
And what helped you?
I think the program. When you start listening other person, the experience of the other person, you can see, okay, the situation no is for my fault. The situation is there are so many people, but at the same time there are so many people working for her. And this is important. It's very important because it's a situation, human situation. There are so many people who are in the exilium that they don't have idea how to go ahead.
So we are here to help you, right?
Yes.
And the last thing, what you experienced is the mentoring program. Tell a few words only.
The mentoring program has been
them.
essential. It's essential because nowadays I'm working in the project with the agreement. And the mentoring program, I have 3 mentors, and these 3 mentors help me for understand the white lines widen Europe, for the science widen Europe, very different from my country. For example, we are a country in the history, country rich in oil, so it's different. We don't have translational investigation. So your way to think the solution is different. That's the way us at Europe. So the mentoring program has been done.
So first thing helped you Euraxess people, and second thing your mentors.
Yes.
Okay.
I can say for the research in this salon, please, when you have the occasion for find a people in the exilium research, please, the first help, listen the person. Because maybe the person inside, there are so many ways to help in your situation of research. But the person needs the first to be listened.
Okay,
This is important.
Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Please raise your hands, those of you who actually, there is a question, but wait a second. First, raise your hands that you experienced serving a refugee researcher. Not all, but quite a good number. Okay, and how many of you know about this program, Science for Refugees? Quite good number. That's good. I will show you with a few slides only what we have in order to work with refugee researchers. As you know, you more or less are familiar with it. It is a formal network, a formal initiative. We work with it already several years. And we have within the initiative some few things that we ensure for refugee researchers with the help of the European Commission, of course. These are the friendly internships. These are part-time and full-time jobs, access to the European community through the buddy system, and complete range of information. These are we. We are the people that provide this. And the Ukrainian researchers, right now, do have access to all of it with beneficial conditions. They do not need to apply somewhere. They do have much more information that other refugees had in the past, because there is a huge initiative within Europe to support. And what we have, the newest one, is ERA for Ukraine. This is a sub-initiative within Euraxess for Refugees, Science for Refugees, that actually serves and supports our united efforts to help Ukrainians to escape and establish for now, for the moment, their life here in Europe. This is the most recent format of the page on each of the national portals that will appear or already appeared, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's appeared. And that will serve for main contact point for the displaced researchers from Ukraine. But at the beginning of the wave of migrants that came here from Ukraine, we didn't have this page, the page before that I showed you, and we didn't have anything to show them. So we started preparing in the hurry something very simple that needed to be in there in order to show that they have this support and that they can access one point for specific thing. So I created this page on Bulgarian National Portal, and it is, oh, part of my slides are not here. Sorry. Okay, let's say such kind of pages are also available on several national portals. On Slovakian portal, on Polish portal, on Czech portal, and in Bulgarian. So this is the first step what we did. But you all know that in order a researcher to be productive and to be successful, they need a very well work-life balance, very good work-life balance. Okay, the conference is about well-being. What about the Ukrainian researchers that are right now suffering from the war? Do they have even a thought of well-being? No, not really. And are we ready to support them? I think so. We do have enough structure, materials, and tools, and dedicated people to do that. You'll see more in the two next sessions that we will have tomorrow. One for the colleagues that are online, and the rest is for the colleagues that are here on site. So we will be, those of you who will attend, you will be able to see more how and what exactly you can use to support Ukrainian researchers, and not only the refugee researchers as a whole. Okay, thank you very much. Now, two of you had questions. Please, go ahead. Here. You please, ask it.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. Thank you so much for sharing your story as well. My question is, you said there were 3 mentors you had.
Mm-hmm.
Can you maybe elaborate on the type of mentors which were useful for you? With the same type of people, or with a different background or different speciality?
This is an international mentoring program, so-called Euraxess mentoring program, Shape the Future of a Researcher. And within this program, Annie managed to engage with 3 of them at the same time. And they help her in her research efforts and to understand the European systems of research, because it's very different than the one in Venezuela, as she said. And this program is actually to support third country researchers in integration in Europe when they move here or they cooperate with European researchers. And the other question? You please say it. I will repeat it to everyone.
Waiting for the microphone. So we have invited 10 researchers from Ukraine to be hosted at our university and in Montenegro, and as a Euraxess center we are supporting them. So currently we have officially one researcher together with her daughter in Montenegro, and we are waiting for 9 others to come. So we have inquiries almost every single day whether the researchers can come. So when it comes to the cultural, social, and other support, they have the full service of Euraxess Montenegro. So I just wanted to contribute to the story.
Thank you.
However, maybe it would be wise if we can organize through Euraxess that, I don't know, somehow they register so the Ukrainian knows where they are, the researchers, when they go to some country, so they have some community of their own, let's say.
There will be a record of tomorrow's sessions. If you are not signed up for it, just watch it later.
Okay.
You'll see what exactly you can do in your country and together with us in order to be more, to face it in more structured way.
Okay, thank you.
Be more effective and more efficient together. Okay.
That we have a question on Slido. If we could go to that question, we put that on the screen? There it is. To listen to and to communicate with refugee researchers, a common language is needed. Does Science for Refugees provide advice on how to arrange courses in English?
I don't think they need English right now. I think they first need shelter. Second thing, they need to ensure food. And third thing, job. So I call you, if you didn't sign up for tomorrow's session, please watch it later. I give you in a very structured and only few slides way what we should do in order to be effective and efficient. We have everything. Listening. I'm sorry, I mean, I think...
We have someone here and then over here.
We ended with the, with the time, huh?
We'll go a little bit into overtime, I'm told. We can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a question over there.
Okay. It's coming to you.
Gracias. Thank you very much for sharing your experience, Anna.
Can you identify yourself, your name, please?
My name is Vladimir Pavon. I was born in Colombia, but currently I work at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think from your history, I want to highlight how important is mentoring, and not only for researchers, also for students or for young researchers that are starting their career, even if they want to continue in academia or if they want to go and work in a company. This is maybe not very crucial regarding the war, the question that I have, or the opinion, but sometimes I've noticed that, especially in some countries in Latin America, it's very difficult for a person that have been graduated from a university in Europe to validate the diploma as a PhD. It sounds a bit silly, but it's very difficult and takes so much time, energy, and costs a lot. I don't know if Euraxess can do something, especially in this area or in other countries, so this could be better. Thank you very much.
Okay, within the Euraxess services, we do have support for recognition of diploma. So what you should do, you just need to access the first available around you Euraxess person in order to give you a full list of steps and documents that you need to provide, and what and where, and even can do some of these for you in order to recognize your diploma faster. Okay, even within Europe, there are differences between the countries and between the research system, not that much as between Colombia and any European country. So in this regard, my advice is not to fight yourself. Just use the network opportunity to save some of your time and nerves.
I'm so sorry, but I think we have to abbreviate this. We've gone into overtime, but I know there are more questions and more things to find out, and we will have more, as you said, Svetlana, more in these next 2 days discussing about displaced
and also they can contact me anytime if they need any further.
You know where to find Svetlana.
Yeah. Thank you.
Svetlana, thank you. And Ani as well, a big hand to both of them, please.
I left it over there.
So I would like now, before we go to dinner, I would like us to find out a little bit more about the ERA Talent Platform, because there are a lot of questions about that. And Slaven Misljanovic is going to come and tell us about this. He's the DG, he's a DG RTD, European Commission. Slaven, please. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. Happy to have you here as well. You all made it. Most of you made it to Nantes, so that's very good. For the ones who haven't actually met me before, over the last years, I was mostly following Euraxess from a certain distance. My colleagues Mihaela, Kitty, that you probably know, have been really running the show and doing a great job over the years. And I was always a little bit jealous of them because, like Anna said, they're really working on one of the success stories of ERA, of the European research area. And so definitely everybody who is in this room, who is watching from home, who's not anymore actively involved in this, creating the Euraxess of today is really something you should take the credit for. So also today and the coming days, we will celebrate the achievements of Euraxess. We will also celebrate its richness and diversity through the plenary sessions, workshops, dinners, etc., etc. But the reality is, we cannot take all of this for granted. Now and then, and especially after a period of incremental change, we need to take a step back and look around us to see, has the environment actually changed? What is our position in this? And the reality is that things are changing. The users, both researchers and research-performing organizations, they are becoming more demanding than ever. They demand efficiency, clarity. It should be fast. It should be personalized. It should be all in one place. It should be at 24/7. And at the same time, we also see that our environment is becoming increasingly complex. And then we have to ask the question, what is the future of, or how does the Euraxess of tomorrow is going to look like in this change of user expectations, in the change or in the growing complexity of an environment? And we should not wait too long to ask these questions, because we don't want to get in a situation where you have to change, where you get into a crisis mode and you start changing things. Because at that moment, short-term thinking will prevail. And this is actually what ERA Talent Platform is about. It's about taking a step back, asking the right questions, thinking long-term, There's no need to change things that are working. There's no need to act as soon as possible, etc. But it's really about where do we want to be there in 5, 10, 15 years. The term Era Talent Platform, the term Era Talent Platform has been used in so many different policy documents. But what is actually meant might not be that straightforward. We see the terms like one-stop shop, Europass, Euraxess, career management, improved structure. These are good things that we could do as part of Era Talent Platform. But what is actually the reasoning behind? How will this work, etc.? And this has raised also a lot of questions from the network, also from the stakeholders, the people who are using it. They've commented things such as, but it's always been like this, why should we change? Or now it's not a good time. Or it's too complicated, it's too political, and I agree. Or we should not call it Era Talent Platform, to which I agree, and we won't. This is the name of the initiative. But there also have been more personal concerns from your side, such as, I don't see how I fit in all of this, or I don't feel like I'm involved in the process, or I don't think my voice really matters when you are creating this Era Talent Platform. So in the next couple of slides, and we won't take too much time either, I will try to explain what we have in mind, and hopefully we can put some of these concerns to rest, while also giving a little bit more information about what we think of if we talk about the Era Talent Platform. I believe when you work on big things, you have to really make things simple. And this is actually what we will actually focus over the next couple of minutes and slides. In Euraxess, we use a lot of circles. One of the symbols of Nantes are the circles. It's all over the place. So let's respect the visual identity, and let's also focus on having this into a circle format. But actually there are 6, what I would say, focus areas, which I think if you really focus on the long term, this will definitely benefit the users. It will make the added value we provide to the community, to all the stakeholders, etc., much, much higher. And these areas are actually quite simple. We don't have to overcomplicate things. We have user experience, better matchmaking, stronger relationships. We should think about how do we open ourselves towards the rest in this way of ecosystem approach thinking, data and privacy, also things we should be thinking a little bit more about. And finally, the governance. Let's start with the first one. And as we advance, I will go into less detail, but I think the first one is definitely one we have to pay a little bit more attention to. So I believe it's not longer sufficient to provide certain information or services that simply cover a need. Like I said, users are expecting more. The solutions, information we provide them need to be accessible, easy to interact with, they need to be engaging, visually appealing, and they need to be personal. And when we talk about the personal, we also see that we are increasingly relying on platforms to tell us what is actually we should be thinking of, what is good for us. So what actually are things that we have in mind if we talk about a change in user experience, except the personalization part? Well, we do have national portals, we have so many fragmented initiatives, left and right. It's important that this user experience remains harmonized across the different digital but also physical structures. You also have to realize that there's a shift in how our content of what Euraxess is doing is actually being consumed. We have a more shift towards the mobile. But also, even for the desktop part, for example, the consumers or users, how we can call it in our case, the researchers and research performing organizations, they also like to have it easy for them, which is normal. We're getting used to that. What used to be a long page of text, we prefer to have it summarized in a nice infographic or image. And towards the future, we're also seeing more an important role of the video. There you see somebody telling us what this is about, what information is that we are actually looking for, and we have this personal connection with them. The entire experience of a user when dealing with Euraxess digital space definitely is that it's not just a matter of putting more web pages, etc. I think we have to realize that there are a lot of ways that we can actually make this whole experience a little bit more human. I'm not saying we have to simply do the whole material design, but we have to keep this in the back of our head. So in order to have a digital space that is pretty much relevant or is similar to our physical world as well. And in order really to engage with the users, to make their life easier, what is also important in a digital space, as it is in a physical space, is that we need to maximize predictability and eliminate ambiguity, because this is often what makes the difference between a virtual and a digital space. And a final one is about stability of performance. There have been many concerns about the uptime of the server, the speed of the connections, etc. Of course, this is also something that contributes to the overall user experience. Second part, the matchmaking. We think if you talk about the matchmaking between researchers, organizations trying to hire one, what we see is that this is really being dominated by efficiency. And if you look at today's quite linear processes, we see job seekers scrolling to almost endless number of vacancies, and at the same time, recruiters scrolling to endless number of researchers. So we have to see how can we make this more efficient, more easy, and how can we create better matches. If we look at, like I said, there has been it's a very linear process, and in order for this to be successful, we have to reduce the complexity. We have to reduce the complexity of individuals to a set of keywords. We have to reduce job vacancies to almost a title that is attracting the most attention. But what is definitely clear is that if we really want to have a better matchmaking process in this, we cannot only focus on the keywords. From the keywords, it's impossible to see how somebody will fit in a culture. Or simply from a standard job vacancy, it's almost impossible to see if the individual will actually be happy in that organization, if the team really is aligned with their expectations. So there are several things we can do about this. And in order to get away from this purely keywords-based approach, we have to give the researchers, research-performing organizations, a space where they can promote themselves, where they can build their own brand. And this is much more than just having a CV. It's about illustrating what you have done, what you are working on, what your ambitions are, etc. And it should also give the employers, the research-performing organizations, an ability to actually also display what they are doing, what are their values, because this will also help them convince the researchers to eventually choose from them. Besides this, creating this space for personal branding and employer branding, the current possibilities created by data and tech should make it easier also for initiatives such as Euraxess to use the predictive analytics to really already rank jobs, rank profiles, to suggest profiles, or to suggest, for example, jobs that might be interested to an individual by sending an email to the mailbox. And these are other things that nowadays are quite easy to, or possible to implement. Relationships. This might be a little bit different one, or more difficult one to really grasp what we mean by this. Today, for a big part, and of course, like we saw today, these are very touching stories. There is clear connection with the researchers. But especially in a digital stage, it becomes quite tricky. And what we see is that we are usually providing information, we are providing some services. Sometimes we are sending newsletters, blogs, whatever, to a very large mailing list. But we should actually think, how can we move from providing resources to actually building two-way communication with the users. And I believe here the key is personalization. If we can personalize our content to the needs of each individual, then I believe also we'll be able to interact much better with them. And what we also have to consider when we talk about building relationships, we should not only focus on relationships between researchers and Euraxess contact points or the BHOs, but by creating an environment where researchers can also build relationships with other researchers using the Euraxess. Building relationships is not easy. It requires a lot of work. And if you see this slide, the previous slides, the next slide, there are a lot of things we can do. So how are we going to do this? It's going to be very difficult to invest additional time in creating a personal relationship with each registered researcher on the platform. And this shouldn't be the case either, because I really think we can use today's technologies to have a much more automatic way how we build relationships, and it shouldn't be always very linear, general audience targeting, and sometimes I would say less interesting or less relevant to their needs. Finally, the ecosystem. It's great to see what Euraxess is doing. There are so many different things, new things continue to be implemented. We had Science for Refugees, we had ERA for Ukraine 2 days ago. So a lot is happening. But we also know that if we want to have, or if we want to provide researchers almost an end-to-end user experience, we will have to continue developing new things. Well, there's probably a certain limit to how you can go. You cannot just continue developing this and assuming at everything that you do, you will become, or you will be the best at. So some services, some type of things that we do are difficult to be created and offered by our own. So in order to fill the gaps, a way could be actually to slightly open up ourselves. And this is already happening left and right, what we see in Euraxess, but it would be good to have a more strategic position when it comes to that. This can also be a way to be careful with how we invest our resources. Perhaps something that we are not sure it will be used, perhaps we can open up Euraxess and to see who else can provide this. So we actually can also de-risk on how we invest our resources, both time or financial resources. But this is a tricky one, and it will really require a strategic thinking, and at that point we should also put the user first. Data and privacy. So we definitely need data to improve our capacity to make the right decisions. We need to improve our ability to generate, aggregate, and analyze data. But at the same time, having data is also making us responsible. And nowadays, the users are becoming increasingly vigilant about how data is being used, by who, and why. So that's why we also have to, and we can actually excel by giving the users additional power, additional control when it comes to their data. Imagine a very simple example, a researcher that can select what type of information he wants to share with who. This is information for other researchers, this is information I want to share with the jobs I'm applying for, this is information I want to share with companies that are looking for me, but I just want to show one certain part of my CV. And nowadays, if you just log in as a researcher, you have access to the CVs of all the different researchers. The question is this really needed? So I also believe that when it comes to data and privacy, this is also a point where a lot of progress can be made. And it doesn't have to only be with focusing on GDPR and being compliant with GDPR, but it can really go to the next step as well. And finally, the governance. Well, it's hard to do new things if you do things the same way you were doing it in the past. So we will have to remain open on how can we improve our governance. There are certain things that are working, certain things we can reassess, and we have to also think what are the next things in the future we could be focusing on. So you might think, okay, this is all great, interesting, but how are we going to do that? We don't have so much time, we are busy. And all these concerns that I mentioned at the first or second slide. So how do we go from ideas to something that actually exists? Well, in theory, there are two ways of doing things. From the Commission side, we could figure out why something needs to change, what we can do about it, how we're going to implement it, and when it's ready, we can come to you, present it, and saying, this is it, use it, take the ownership of it. There's a big chance this won't work for many reasons. You won't take the ownership of something you haven't been involved in, nor probably what we're going to figure out won't be very representative, because our distance from the end users is simply too big. So in order to really get there, in order to really make a lot of progress in the coming years, this has to be a story of co-authorship. And I think this is how it can look like. So for each of these focus areas, the 6 of them, we can create multidisciplinary working groups. We can be, you would be, of course, invited there. But a lot of these ideas are also quite new. We might not have the right experience. It's actually impossible to have all the right experience in-house. So we also have to involve internal but also external experts in the field. We have to involve end users. I know we think we understand end users really well until you actually speak to them. They might give you a lot of good information. So we have to involve end users as well, IT personnel as well, because it's good to dream. Often IT analysts, developers, project managers will tell us what actually is realistic. And you need to also involve policymakers, because we don't want to miss out on all of the fun. So when you have all these different focus areas, it is clear there are so many overlaps. And you cannot just work in one, you cannot have one development in one focus area. All of these things are super interlinked. And so everything actually that is being done will have to be a little bit centralized. We will need a central team that will check what is happening in different focus areas, where do we actually need to create subgroups to work on certain things, etc., etc. And the question is, what happens after we have these working groups, after we come up with a bunch of ideas and we see what works, what doesn't work? Well, then we're going to keep it, again, hopefully quite simple. We're going to collect our ideas, all our ideas that actually make sense, and we're going to put them in 4 buckets. First will be things that we used to do, that still matter, and that we can continue to do. Of course, we don't have to change something that's already working. Perfect, that stays. Of course, there are going to be also things that we could not do before, 10 years ago, for example, when perhaps you were thinking about the same thing, but in the meantime, things have changed. You might have the right experiences, there's some technological developments, there's a political interest to do something. Well, these things fall in the right underpart. So these are the things we could not do before, and now we can. Perfect, let's do them as well. There are going to be, of course, things that we used to do, that perhaps we are still doing, but they don't really matter. So you also have to be open to this. You don't have to continue things that are not mattering, that do not anymore contribute to what the users are actually wanting for. And there are things which are in the gray zone, which are the things that we should do, but we don't know if we can do it. And when it comes to that, this is something that we'll have to look at on case-by-case basis to see is it something that is worth implementing or not. And then when we know what we want to do, we're going to have a long-term planning, seeing how do these things interlink, and we start building this thing up. You might notice there's no time frame on this. It's going to be a long-term endeavor, for sure. We also have the Era10 platform, top 5 call, which should open on the 1st of June and run until the end of summer. Of course, this is also related to that, but also we are looking at other ways, how can we bring the right building blocks together from the IT side, from the external expertise side, to actually have an environment where all these people can work together to create this. Thanks a lot.
Slaven, a big hand to Slaven, please, for showing how Euraxess is evolving with time, and also that the digital aspect. Thank you so much to all the speakers, all of you also for participating, and the team, the tech team as well. This is just day 1, and we'll have day 2 with Euraxess hubs, parallel workshops, attracting new talent, all starting at 9:15 in the morning. Now, regarding the workshops, do we have a slide for that? We were going to prepare one anyway. The workshop, we don't have it, sorry, but the workshop trainers, listen up. If you have technical questions ahead of tomorrow, you can meet with the tech team today at 17:30, that's now, in the speakers' meeting points. Those are the little nooks that are just outside the door there, right, where you can chill out. So yeah, meet with them over there if you have any questions ahead of that. And dinner, 1900 today, starting at 1900 at the Musée d'Art de Nantes. I can't wait to see it. See you there. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. See you tonight.